blueprint for Mumbai of 2047 and beyond. Well, we have a spectacular lineup today, rich, diverse, and future-facing. We begin with Mumbai's own story. Mumbai Metropolis, lessons from the past for the future. A deep dive into how heritage architecture and urban memory can guide tomorrow's planning. We then move on to the most important conversations for India's financial capital, blueprints for inclusion, exploring how Mumbai can deliver dignified EWS housing amidst its complex land economics and regulatory ecosystem. From inclusion, we transition to aspiration with Designing Desire, a panel that decodes the next chapter of Mumbai's high-end real estate, where luxury meets technology, sustainability, and lifestyle curation. Now, as the city stares at climate realities, our next panel, Green is the New Gold, brings together sustainability champions who will discuss net zero strategies, resilient design, green materials, and the future of responsible construction. And of course, post-lunch, the conversation becomes even more ambitious as we reflect on the cities of tomorrow in reimagining urban spaces, building cities for the next 100 million Indians. We also have 2 exclusive fireside chats. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a day that is filled with knowledge, inspiration, and breakthrough insights. A day where heritage meets innovation, inclusion meets aspiration, sustainability meets profitability, and vision meets reality. This is the NDTV Real Estate Summit, where ideas shape skylines and conversations build the future. Now, to begin today's conversations, we turn to the city we all call home, Mumbai, a metropolis shaped by centuries of trade, migration, architecture, culture, and relentless reinvention. This panel explores how Mumbai's past, its planning, heritage, and design DNA can guide the city's next chapter of growth. From Art Deco treasures to evolving skylines, from preservation to modernization, this discussion looks at what must be carried forward and what must transform. Please join me in welcoming our anchor for the session, Nisha Poddar, along with our esteemed panelists. And our panelists are Kutab Mandiwala, he's the principal architect and founder of MQA. Mr. Bharat Godoshkar, he's an heritage expert. Smriti Kanodia, she's the founder and Mumbai Director of Art Deco Alive. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and very happy to have such an engaging audience here. And I will do my best to really draw the expertise that is available right here on the panel. So welcome to all our esteemed guests. Well, city of Mumbai, a home to all of us, and it's a place of dream. It has the heritage and the cultural bend from the colonial times, and also it is the commercial capital of India. Well, a lot of people call it maybe Shanghai, more towards Miami, and also a tinge of New York. But Mumbai has its own DNA. And here we have some people who have been very proactively contributing in not just preserving the DNA of our city, but also evolving to be future ready. So first to you, sir, when we see Mumbai of today, post-COVID, we have seen a magnificent development and construction where we have seen connectivity really splurge like never before. On the other hand, we have also seen a lot of slum redevelopment, also bridging the gap between the skyscrapers as well as slums, which has been the DNA of our city, but we are bridging that gap. And on the other hand, we have that heritage building, which we are so all of us proud of, and the natural beauty with the sea line. All put together, how do you set the stage for this discussion on how we are learning from the lessons from the past and getting future ready?
Hi, good morning. Firstly, thank you, NDTV, for uh, making me a part of the panel. Very interesting question, and I think we in Mumbai are at a crossroads of transition just now. Mumbai is a very unique city, so I personally feel that Mumbai should not be compared to any other city. We have a very different DNA. We have a beautiful coastline, we have a bay. Our topography is something really amazing. It keeps on changing at all points of time. It's a very organic city. You have the mix of Art Deco, you have the mix of the colonial architecture, which is there, the British architecture, which is there. You also have some nice modern buildings, and for sure you have certain areas which also have the slums, etc. So Mumbai, I think, from this crossroad is going in a right direction, right from the sea link, the coastal roads, the metros. So Mumbai, I think, and according to me, is going to be at the pinnacle of the cities at the global level. This transition is going to help us to come up with a city which is going to be very unique. It is going to have its own organic factor to it, and still it's going to have its own beautiful identity, which I don't think can be compared to any other city. So I think Mumbai is one of the most beautiful cities and will become one of the most beautiful cities.
I would say we'll be biased since we all stay in Mumbai, but I do agree with you on one point that we are at an inflection point when we talk about the development of Mumbai. Smithy, when we talk about the heritage buildings, a lot has been done by the government and also with the top corporates who are present in Bombay, who have their head offices, headquarters in Mumbai, and the ones who have been helping preserve the heritage buildings and also keeping the DNA alive while making it a commercial capital. How much of work is going on in that?
What's beautiful to see is that how the city has been really taken care of by all people at all different levels. So whether from the government side, whether it's the cultural ministry, the BMC, everybody's invested in making sure that the city continues to remain cohesive as we go ahead in the future. And I think people who are in the corporates that have their headquarters have looked inwards to see how can we preserve the heritage of that building. And a lot of buildings are iconic like that. And going ahead, it would be great if we really look at the map of our city and see many of the buildings that may be in not so great dilapidated conditions, but see whether there is adaptive reuse, other ways that we could actually preserve these buildings so that while they may not be relevant or usable in the current form or not be practical to sustain the way they are, but they do become relevant for the future. Because one of the things I think that's most important is when we examine why do people live in a city, right? There are two reasons according to me. One is when there's great infrastructure, and the other is when it has a story and it has roots, and you can call it home. And I think with Bombay, the second part has always been true because we've always had those roots and heritage. It's been placed where somebody's been able to sit in a balcony and hear their grandmother's stories. And these are things that everybody would resonate with. But the infrastructure part has been the beautiful part that's happened in the last few years. And, many people would say when they come back to Bombay, visiting after a couple of years, that it looks completely different now and the infrastructure is fabulous. So how do we balance that fabulous infrastructure while still keeping our rootedness is something that, we hope to explore in the future.
So in the last few years with the development, obviously we have also focused on some of the natural beauty enhancement for the public, like we have this nature walk in town, and we also have the governor's bungalow open early morning. So those are some of those beautiful aspects of the city of Mumbai. And Bharat, when we talk about these aspects, we also have the elitism that it is the commercial capital. All the high and mighty are aboded in Mumbai, and BMC is the richest organization that we have here. All put together, how much benefit is going to come to the city going forward?
So, change is inevitable, right? this city has always evolved from adverse conditions. So whether there was a fire, just the way London had a fire, Mumbai also had a fire, and things radically changed. The way buildings were made and things changed. Just the way we have COVID now, plague was there, World War were there. So all these aspects have always changed. People have learned from the mistakes of the past, and I hope that we continue to learn, right? What most people don't realize is majority of the city has been reclaimed from the sea, and that will continue. I see the way it is. If you go to Azerbaijan, you go to Dubai, you see cities which are reclaiming from the sea, and that is something that we have to do without forgetting what are the roots of the city, as she mentioned. Yeah, Mumbai is not a city; it is a conglomeration of small enclaves, and each enclave has its own DNA. How do we respect that DNA and not try to impose some foreign concept into an area? You build on what is there, and government can facilitate that, is what I believe.
So when we talk about metropolitan reimagination, what is the direction that we are taking for the future?
So I think, firstly, I would like to say that Mumbai is a spirit, It has got its own spirit, and that's what keeps Mumbai alive, And even looking at the adverse conditions that are there, we are always there to improvise on these adverse conditions, and we are moving forward. So looking at the metropolitan kind of this that we are talking of, I personally feel that, as the change keeps on happening, and as the city keeps on getting into, it's a metamorphosis which is going on just now. And you will see a lot of landscape changes which are going to happen to Mumbai in the next coming years, Today you have seen the center shifting right from the south coming to the center. So today all the office complexes have moved from Nariman Point, and majorly all have moved towards BKC, Lower Parel, etc. So your basic center has shifted from one point to the other point. So once that center completely starts moving around in that direction, then the overall geography and overall landscape will start taking a change. And that is the beauty of this city, because as the development keeps on happening, every time there is one new infrastructure that is getting developed, the city takes a total different change which is there today. So whether it's a coastal road, or whether it's the Atal Setu, or whether it's going to be the eastern front, as the development keeps on happening and as the infrastructure keeps on moving, the city will keep on changing its color, and the city will keep on organically taking a new turn and becoming more and more beautiful.
That's very well said, because with the coastal road and Atal Setu, the connectivity has become so superb that we are now not scared to go from Sobo to suburb. I think that is the biggest remarkable change, and I'm sure a lot of Mumbaikars would agree with that. But Bharat, a lot needs to be done, and the biggest aspect and milestone that we have reached currently is the redevelopment aspect. We are trying to use the land much more effectively and also bridge the gap between the skyscrapers and the slums. What is happening over there on the ground? Of course, redevelopment is huge, but places like Dharavi and Bhindi, Bazaar, all those are really coming up in a big way.
So what is known as the native town of Bombay, so from Girgaon till Dongri, all these areas which were not planned, they were amorphous growths out of the original old town, the fort area, right? And what has happened is there's a clear need for a concerted effort, the way which happened with Bhindi Bazaar, where people need to come together, do it in the right way, take building on what that area stands for. And what is my worry is popcorn towers coming up, which don't talk to each other, at all with what the entire area is. I think so. We have missed the mill and bus by not taking some right steps. But slum redevelopment, and there's huge amount of land that is occupied by slums. I am making a distinction between the original villages of Mumbai and the slums. So the Koliwadas and the Gautans are not slums. You shouldn't look at it. But the slums which are there, how do we redevelop them in a way that it opens up more space for everybody to use. The other bus that we shouldn't miss is the entire Bombay Port Trust land, and it can be
I was
converted.
going to ask, when is that going to happen?
So I hope we do what is done with Canary Wharf, and you open up, because as I said, 99% of Mumbaikars have never seen the eastern seafront. Unless until you stay in a Mazgaon or Vadala and you are in a high-rise building, you don't see the entire east coast of Mumbai, which is a treasure trove if it is opened up.
Right. Yes.
I think slum redevelopment is a big opportunity, I personally feel. And I feel that it's a bus we shouldn't miss. We should not be erasing the horizontal slums and making vertical slums. We should use that opportunity to use it as a transition to upliftment of people's lives. Because it's a great opportunity, because if you're giving a house and if you're giving a good house to someone, that changes the lifestyle of the people which is going to be there.
Yes.
So I think that is there. We did it in a very small way at Bindi Bazaar. It was a little different, but we called it as an upliftment project because the concept was to change do a transition into the people's lives.
The nomenclature actually speaks volumes, because all of us working here tirelessly is because of the workforce at home which really backs us, and their upliftment is actually very critical for the commercial capital to be successful. But what more can the government do? Over the years, last 15 years, government has really tirelessly worked on simplifying the regulation, and now it has come to a point when we are seeing those, fruits, being visible on the ground with people being uplifted. Any thoughts on the regulations and key aspects over there?
I wouldn't comment on the regulation, but I would just say that, the word sensitivity plays a very important role when you're planning people's houses. And how you do it, it really kind of transforms people's lives and it uplifts people's lives. So I think that is the key word to it when you're doing a redevelopment, especially of the slums and of these areas.
So, Smriti, in this particular aspect, and since you're from the creative side, more looking at the art, as well, and the finesse with which the city develops also. A lot of concrete jungle is also cropping up. When we look at the Worli, Lower Parel and the Mahalakshmi area, the intensity with which buildings have come up. Are we looking at a Dubai kind of a place, like how Dubai grew and became a concrete jungle? What can be done to preserve the heritage, natural beauty, and also have a good living space?
So honestly, the agency lies on us. I think, like you really rightly mentioned, we are at an inflection point, and this is the point to think. And I think if we just step back for a moment together with developers, preservation architects, the community, the design community, and government, then we can really think about what do we want the future to look like for our city. And actually, a good example is from the past in Mumbai when the Art Deco movement happened. Because in the 30s, the Art Deco movement was a global movement. It came from Paris in 1925 as an idea. It was a global idea. But Mumbai made it its own. So we had Indian, Maharashtrian architects, we had Indian elements, and it was very, very much indigenized. And whenever we look at something, I think one of the challenges we have with real estate development today in the future is everybody's intent is great, but it's individually driven. So everybody's story is each individual architect's vision. If we can step back for a moment and think about a cohesive concept of what the city should look like and dial back to the environment, because a lot of times when you look at a city, it's very important to think about the actual geography or the infrastructure of the city as it exists. So if you're living in a marine coastal city, how important are balconies? How important is coastal or accessible living? What would happen if there were flooding? These are real things to think about, kind of almost dialed back a step before we actually go into design.
Yes.
And I think that if there's an opportunity as a community to think about it together and shape the future, that would be wonderful.
When we talk about that, are the planning stage for architecture really thought through for future, or is it in silos that we are really planning the architecture?
No, I think I agree with her, and we are always trying to work around with the climatic condition. Looking at the tropical climate that we are in, we all love to have balconies in all the apartments that are there. So I think climatically we are trying to make our buildings as sustainable as possible, right from orienting our buildings in the right direction, then trying to make it in a way that climatically it works well. As far as contextual part is concerned, for sure, there is a miss at certain levels because buildings keep popping up on their own in different languages. But I think the start should be from, especially at least from the areas where there is already an existing style of architecture which is there.
Right.
So for example, whether you are at the Art Deco style or whether we were at Bindi Bazaar where we had a very traditional style. So we kind of, till the eye line was concerned or the eyesight was concerned, we continued the architecture in that contextual fashion with the arches, and so that it kind of, it spoke well to the buildings which were around surrounding it. So it was not just popping up a building there, but when you're walking on the streets, you're contextually connected with the existing buildings and the existing religious structures which are there. So I think there are opportunities where we can use this, where we can start from there, and at least that would set a kind of a first step in creating a language of architecture which would be there.
Right. So, yes.
If I can add to that, I think one of the most important things is for residents to be aware. So I think like you've done beautifully, is to actually take people out of their homes and start to look at our city again. And, Bharat, with what you've been doing to, get people to just walk in the city. And, with Art Deco Alive, we also try to encourage that. We had about over 19,000 people in the last 3 weeks come into the museum to learn about Art Deco, to come for walks, talks, come to symposiums, attend get-togethers. So the idea is really one will only want to protect something that they understand. I grew up in a home that had Art Deco elements and got married into one, but I never knew that. And I think a lot of people will say that they may have a grandparents' home, or they went to a tuition class that was in any style. It could be Victorian Gothic, it could be Indo-Saracenic, it could be local, community-driven, led, like Kohli style. But they may not know what that language was. They just know that it felt like home. But if we can give people that tools of awareness, so that when they come back home or when they engage, they know that this is something they want to protect or that they want to continue to build on, as opposed to only looking at an international or global template.
Smriti, you have touched upon a very important aspect which has opened the discussion a lot more, and I'll give a context to that. Now, if we look at Mumbai living space, it is a tale of two cities. One is about living in an area where you can walk out in the natural beauty, and one type, which is mostly the luxury apartments, where they're trying to recreate the natural beauty within. And when I look at both these experiences, and trust me, I have experienced both, there is nothing like natural beauty. You can never recreate that beauty. Bharat, you want to take this one? That discrepancy, while we have that natural beauty preserved, there is a lot of internal planning in the silos in acres of land which is really taking place. It's a mix of both, and in the future it will be going towards planned and unplanned development. How do you see this developing?
So I think it is important that we respect what we have. I don't think so any other city has 1/6 of its landmass as a dense forest and a national park, right? Of the scale at which it is. I mean, Chennai and Bangalore have national parks, but they are literally piddly as compared to what we have. And as a metropolitan region, because Mumbai has spread far beyond the municipal limits, yeah, we have to respect that, the diversity. Most people don't look at mangroves as forest. Yeah, how do we bring all this in make it accessible for the citizens without impacting on the ecology. And I think so there are many countries which have done that successfully. Sure, otherwise what will happen is whatever is the open space, the entire citizens will be just focusing on Marine Drive, focusing only on Bandstand. How do you create more and more areas, like there is a lovely Maharashtra Nature Park at Mahim near Dharavi, and how many people access it? But if you make it popular, you get people to access it. There are multiple places, there are areas in near Chembur, there are areas, other aspects where people can be allowed to come interact with nature and learn a lot. I think so a lot has been done in Navi Mumbai, there are efforts being made in Uttan,
And
but
I think
how do
the
we build on
racecourse
it?
land in Mahalakshmi being redeveloped
Yeah.
is going to change the
Totally.
entire city and will impact a very large area of people who will be connected to such a large green parcel in the heart of the city.
Common man should benefit, that is most important.
And it will be made, accessible to the
Yeah.
common man, like Joggers Park has been and other places. Your last words, sir, on how this whole development and sustainability as an aspect, how we are balancing that.
So I think I just said in the beginning that we are looking at a different Mumbai in the coming years. And, we are going to create a number of sponge areas also which are going to be there. So for sure, the sustainability part is already being worked upon in many ways. But we as architects, we need to look at it in a different way. We need to see that how we can make the building sustainable. Now, when you talk about sustainability, I also I'm not talking about the Excel sheet, or I'm not talking of the points, but I personally feel that house that sustains for 20, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years is what is sustainable, And that's what our old houses were when we were there way back in our olden times or in our native places, etc. So sustainable architecture is something much beyond just an Excel sheet and putting solar panels and water harvesting.
Also caring for the nature as well, and the kind of climate conditions that we have seen right now.
So I think Mumbai is going to be beautiful. It's going to be a complex of heritage structures, like you have the Kotachi Wadi and the Matar Pakadi, which is there, and still you're going to have the high-rise buildings which are going to come around that. So it's going to be a very unique city, and that's what we are looking at.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so that was very engaging discussion, and in fact, the excitement in all of your voices about the future of Mumbai is really infectious. It's the indomitable spirit of Mumbai which really carries it forward, and we are going to see a very new city going forward with a mix of many aspects, but center stage of that would also be evolving to the future with upliftment of all. Inclusive upliftment is what we are aiming for. Thank you so much for all of you, and thank you for such an engaging audience here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Nisha, for that, and thank you all of you for that very engaging discussion. We're of course very hopeful that Mumbai is going to stay beautiful and develop at the same time. Well, now we move on to our next conversation that tackles one of Mumbai's most urgent and defining challenges: how to build a city that grows for everybody. Blueprints for Inclusion looks at the future of EWS housing in a metropolis where land, policy and aspiration intersect every single day. From slum rehabilitation to socially inclusive redevelopment, the question now is, how do we create dignity-driven homes within Mumbai's vertical high-value landscapes? Now, to unpack the economics, the regulation, and the design innovations that shape an inclusive Mumbai by 2047, we have with us an exceptional panel. Please join me in welcoming Dhaval Ajmera of the Ajmera Realty. All right, I think we've got a bit of a problem there. Yeah, we also have Mr. Zia of Knight Frank India and Harleen Oberoi of Tata Housing in conversation once again with Nisha Podar. Blueprints for Inclusion, the next wave of EWS real estate in Mumbai.
So large part of our last conversation also hovered around the redevelopment, cluster development, and also impacting the economically backward areas and society, and upliftment, which is inclusive. We'll take this particular aspect forward. Your first thoughts when we talk about EWS development in the cities?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So, since the subject is relevant, I'll quote our founder father, Jamshedji Tata, who once quoted that in any free enterprise, community is not just a stakeholder, but the very core of its existence.
Yes.
So that guiding philosophy, if we talk of the word EWS, the first thought which comes to mind is maybe a backyard, neglected kind of a development. That's absolutely not acceptable. At Tata Housing, the concept of dignity living or dignity first living, inclusive of the planning stages, as well as, the quality of life over there is prioritized. So that is how, because EWS is a mandated requirement for any of the developments. We do not do just as a mandate, we do as a commitment, and we ensure that EWS is not a shadeless or at any time loses focus when we are designing or master planning or designing a structure or executing it, so there is no compromise at any level.
Thanks for that. Yes, the companies are really focusing on that, and that's the center stage of this particular project really taking off. But Ghulam Zia, being an expert, you have seen this particular space for so long. Government has, over the years, made a lot of efforts for much better policy framework and regulation for the EWS upliftment and the development and redevelopment and slum rehabilitation. Where have we reached? What more needs to be done?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Nisha. Thanks a lot, NDTV, for inviting me to be a part of this discussion. It's always a pleasure to be in touch with you all and discuss matter of national importance, to say the least. And this subject today, while most of the narrative is hijacked by luxury real estate, yes, you picking up this subject itself shows that you are committed to making a difference to the society, and for that I would congratulate you, NDTV, and the whole platform. So talking about, I will actually not call it EWS, economically weaker section itself. Like, there was a time when you used to call them handicapped, but today you call them physically challenged, and there are a lot of those sensitivities have evolved. So my first request would be to you and to rest of them to stop calling it EWS. There are globally accepted terms like social housing, etc. So it's, and that is actually all pervasive, overarching kind of a term, where then you're not talking just about economically weaker section, but anybody who cannot, afford a roof over the head, and needs help is the definition I would look at. And then, when you're talking about that, the expansion of the scope brings in many of us sitting over here, because especially in a city like Mumbai, and since we are sitting over here and I'm told this is a Mumbai chapter and we are talking EWS in Mumbai is what I read in your title. So I would want to focus on the problems of Mumbai. A few statistics I would love to quote to start with. You know, out of Mumbai's population, 47 or 46 odd % are slum dwellers. 65 lakh and more people are slum dwellers in this city. And for last at least 2-3 decades, government has been working on improving these situations. However, in spite of SRA, which is a 1995 evolution, 95 is when SRA, Slum Rehabilitation Authority, started. The target was to create some 6.5 to 7 lakh tenements. I think that has expanded to 10 lakh today, you know, because if I'm talking about 65 lakh and 6 person per family per dwelling, roughly about 8-10 lakh houses are required, of which in these years, about 2.5 lakh have been created and delivered by SRA. Another target of 3 lakh is in the offing. On the other side, since we are expanding not just for shanties or slums, but even those people like us who can't afford a very crazily expensive city like Mumbai, there's another role played by authorities like MHADA. MHADA has created, Maharashtra Housing and Development Authority has created another 3 lakh odd houses, 3 lakh plus houses, ever since they have been given the task to do this. And these are typically done for, you know, middle income group, low income group, LIG, MIG, HIG is the categories they cater to. So both these people put together, both these authorities put together have created so much of units. Now your question was about policy framework. Lot of interventions the government of Maharashtra has brought in, and with that, when I spoke about SRA, it is important to recognize that SRA is not just the government and authorities creating, but they have created platform where even private players come together and work with SRA agency and create those housing stocks. So the first part that I spoke about of SRA, about 3 lakh odd developed, a lot of them have been done by private players. Right, so these are a few numbers to start with, and I wanted just for you to relate to the expanse of this whole thing and not just talk about EWS. Over to you, Nisha.
No, very well said, and in fact, the clarity that you gave, and this is the most critical clarity in the last 10 years that we have seen emerge and made a huge difference in this space, is that besides MHADA, which was heavy lifting this part of the development, now SRA has come into the picture, and I know how many policy changes and how much of coaxing of the private sector had to be done for this to really happen. But now you will agree that this is now a set thing, because the private sector also realizes that the government-private sector partnership is working really well in freeing up a lot of premium land, where the people who have been dwelling in those slums free up their land and they are given good housing along with the private sector making their own luxury apartments. So it has been a very critical piece in the luxury housing development in the city of Mumbai. You want to reflect more on that? How has private sector taken to it? Yes, sir.
So, sorry? We have one more mic there. Okay. So, just to recap, and now I'll term it as a social housing, as per Jia's advice now. So, if we do, and as I said, dignity first living, so whenever we are planning a township and there is a mandate to do EWS, and this is not even disclosed to anybody at the design stage itself. So, in terms of the requirement we have, be it the structural requirement of you doing a resilience design structure, or complying to the seismic requirements, or for the life safety, fire and building codes, they are same. They are exactly same. There is no discrimination. Don't let down over there. So similarly, integrating social housing to the community infrastructure like podium-led developments, like other amenities, etc., and all, they're all common. So this is an effort towards an inclusive development and to bring them in. And in some of those projects which you have done, I cite a case that, once when I visited, and I was surprised to see that one of our social housing building, had the maximum number of Mercs parked downstairs. And I was excited and inquired that what's happening here. And the reason told was that these apartments are so well done, and the affordable segment or the rich segment of the society, they are in fact renting it out because somebody wants a small space.
Yes.
They found it very convenient in a beautiful large development of ours.
I agree
So
with you.
that's the testimony to the priority we give to development of such spaces.
But it also shows the challenge of really uplifting the life of the slum dwellers by giving them housing, because they really need cash every month and they would rather put that on rent. And this is a reality. Having stayed in Bombay, I can vouch for that. Ghulam Zia, how do you overcome these kind of challenges so that people uplift their life and not look for ready cash?
So what you are right now raking up is the question of sustenance. So who are these, first of all, who are these people who are living in such, would I use the term sorry conditions, who need upliftment, etc. These are typically people belonging to perhaps the lowest strata. These are, for most of us sitting over here to relate, these are the housemaids that you come across every day. These are your drivers who drive you around the city. But over a period of time, even that is changing. Because about 20 years back, most of these people were the ones who were in transit, who came from other cities to find their dream lifestyle in Mumbai and could not afford. So they were living in a shanty somewhere, even sharing those shanties, not just staying in one. So these are such kind of people who were mostly deprived of most of the dignity, etc. And when we are talking about them, we have to also relate to the changing realities today. With the gig economy coming in, many of them are today driving Uber, Olas, or many of them are, delivering the food to your doorsteps, etc. So even their lifestyle has improved. So the problem that you're talking about exists, but it is diminishing. The typical mentality of such people renting their apartments, moving on to another slum, unfortunately, a lot of these contents are created which are detrimental to our overall ecosystem and how we are living. And I don't want to name anybody, but then a typical activism is what is behind this, who would want to paint a very sorry picture of these poor slum dwellers, etc. Typical armchair advisory kind of approach, that you are taking away their dignity and so on, and they are living, giving their places on rent and moving on. These are a lot of narratives which are created without much of a strong on-ground data.
Right.
Because there are a lot of these movements to, disparage or discourage what's happening in this domain, which is huge. Because we are part of this entire activity, we have the data. I can cite these things with data that the upliftment is happening.
Yes.
But somewhere the narrative is so negative. Like today, if I talk about Dharavi for that matter, for last almost 40 years, we are struggling to, redevelop Dharavi, to rehouse these people who are living in subhuman conditions. And the moment we talk of doing that, there are n number of narratives or people who are talking against it. That you are going to do this, you are going to do that, you are spoiling them, and they will give places on rent, etc. All that devoid of solid work with data analytics. So something which I would want to focus upon, and especially when people like us are sitting over here and discussing, we have to highlight that most of this narrative is hijacked by such activists who are trying to paint a very ugly picture of this whole story, and there is very little substance to it. I just wanted to highlight as on your platform that we need to be very careful and be cautious of such narrative finding ground in this society.
This is the first time that I have panelists who are themselves coming out with the tough points where I don't have to question. So my job is quite easy here. But very important points made there, and this is very close to our living conditions and our daily lives as well. You raised a point about them renting out and not using it for their own use. But on the other hand, also there are two other challenges that the companies may face. First is when you dislocate them to free up the land and you have to house them and pay the rent for those many years as you are developing. How challenging is that? And I will come to one big challenge that other Mumbaikars are facing because of that the companies are ready to pay much higher rent, so the rentals for the rest of the city has gone surprisingly very high because of that in the last 1 year, and it is on fire. What is your view on this? And as a company, how do you navigate this particular challenge?
Yeah, there's no two thoughts about that. See, the way I advocate some thoughts which are critical to easing out these problems and finding solution is that we should maybe look at, a better cluster planning. So cluster, when I talk of cluster, is anything 50 acres plus kind of township. So if you are talking of cluster planning, maybe you will land up at two good situations. One is obviously, if you look at the viability of, a cluster plan, then the calibration of premium FSI can subsidize to a good extent the rehab part of it. And then it makes the whole project feasible, not otherwise. And second also is that we all know how taxed we are with approvals, etc., and regulatory requirements. So in that case, what happens is that if we do a cluster planning, then you can really achieve a good time saving for getting the environmental clearances.
Yes.
Okay, and
so the time is lesser
yes.
for the development if you get those clearances on time.
Yes.
Yes.
So, and you can save approximately 12 to 14 months on a project, if you plan such kind of a cluster plan. So I would really, advocate or put forward that a major reform which we are seeking now as a developer segment is that from the government is one is about they should really look at cluster plan for speedy approvals for environmental clearance, etc. and all. Yes. And the second is they should really, do better on the taxation part, which is GST on the rehab part of it. Yes. That will help.
So that's the wish list coming in for the government to make a much smoother process in this particular respect. But Gulam Zia, the challenges that you mentioned, you think the government needs a lot more involvement in awareness amongst the people for making this particular project really successful for the people and their own betterment?
Okay, allow me to take a little backtrack. The question which you asked a little while back, I will revisit that question to come to the answer of this question you raised specifically for me. What your focus was on rental, how the rents have shot up because of society redevelopment as one of the ways of redeveloping Mumbai. Mumbai is a very old city, especially the island city, and more than 85% of the development that is happening in the city for last almost 10-15 years is on the back of redevelopment. Barely 10% comes on greenfield, which means you have a plot and you start planning on it and developing it. Short while back, Kutub was here. I'm sure he spoke about Bhendi Bazaar redevelopment, which is also a part of those development projects, etc. So when we are focusing on redevelopment per se, then your question that you had asked is very, very important. And again, a lot of these narratives, I was talking to Ritesh a short while back, how this entire redevelopment has turned into, again, noise creation, content creation, influencing, etc. I have come across some crazy data thrown around. there have been discussions of 10 or 1,000 societies going under redevelopment in the city. And I have hard-coded data downloaded from government websites of last 6 years, from January 2006 till November 25. 1,005 DAs, DAs are the development agreement, which are signed between a society and a developer. Only 1,005 have been signed in last 6 years. Whereas the narrative is talking about 10,000 odd numbers. Now come to how many of people have been dishoused. We have a number of each of those guys who have given up their apartment keys to developers and out there in the market to locate a rental accommodation. That number is not going more than 50,000. Now look at it, in the city of Mumbai every year about 2 to 2.5 odd lakh rental accommodation live-in license are signed. I'm talking about contracts. And these are all out of the data. Out of that, the people who are taking new rental accommodation because their societies are going for redevelopment are not even 10 to 15,000 in a year. Because it is spread. As I said, this is a 6-year data I'm talking about. Every year, not more than 150 to 200 new societies come up for redevelopment, against which not more than 10,000 new apartments are required for renting. So please understand, the rental requirement because of society redevelopments is not even 10%, it is in single digit of overall live-in license agreement that we sign every year. However, here comes the point that you're highlighting. What is happening is, developers, and I'm sorry, no disregard towards my alma mater. I started from Tata Housing, so learned a lot from that institution. People like the developers are actually going berserk. They are going very aggressive to sign the next society redevelopment. They are actually making this business unfeasible. So they are giving, I recall about 4 years back, they used to give additional 35-40% to the existing units, right? And today, 4 years later, today people are giving 100%, 150%, at last I heard 165% more than what their existing units are. And then there are 3 components to how the redevelopment pays for the existing occupiers. 1 is extra area, 2 is rental, and 3 is corpus. Corpus for them to, money which will be helping them maintain their properties for perpetual period, etc. So between these 3 factors, developers have been giving crazy amount to societies. And they are the ones who have deep pockets to pay these rents, coming back to the question you asked. So what is happening is, assuming I am living in a rental apartment for last 15 years, suddenly my landlord says that you are paying me 1 lakh, suddenly somebody is there who's willing to pay 150, so you make way, this guy is coming in. So in last 3 years, especially 2.5, 3 years, the rental market has gone berserk for a small amount of some single digit percentage share, 9-10% of the occupiers who have deeper pockets, but spoiling the market.
But yeah, the market rate has been set, and I can vouch that a large part of the population here in the audience is also impacted.
I can feel the pain in your voice as well. I'm sure you are one of the rentals.
Of course. So I have a very personal, experience in this, and I can give all the details. But when we talk about the challenges, Mr. Oberoi, also the issue is of getting the land, getting the signature from all the slum dwellers to really occupy the land. Land acquisition has been a very big bane of any construction or infrastructure project in the country. Right? We are much more democratic, but sometimes it tilts against the private sector. What is your view on this challenge, and how is the private sector navigating this?
No, you're 100%. So a city like Mumbai, land is the only component, a land-starved city, and which has compelled us in the past to go to faraway places like Boisar and where not we have done schemes and developments, and calling it affordable at that time. But somehow that has just not got stitched to the community, Mumbai. So Boisar, if you look at the project which has been delivered about 5-6 years back, still not has 100% occupancy. So the big challenge remains is land, and land is a major contributor towards any cost of the dwelling unit.
Yes.
So one is, and government need to be really prioritizing this. Government is the biggest landowner in the city. So they need to be really thinking about it and maybe, making this available. The second is also good, PPP model partnership with landowners, which many of the developers are doing.
Yes.
And we also do, choosing trustworthy, good partners, landowners. And we have carved out good success stories from many such associations.
Right.
So that's our buy mode there.
Right.
And also for some, although it's not very this thing, but for a group like Tata's, we do have portion of lands and the company is undergoing transformation. So some of those are available to us, and that's how the whole subject is managed.
But I would say that, Tata's sustainability aspect and the first time the affordability, thrust, that was much talked about. I want to understand, is the affordable description now well set? Because what's affordable in Bombay may not be affordable in large part of the country.
Yes, so if I had to bluntly put it, and you might have seen that also, there's nothing called affordable. So in Mumbai, and most of the developers are moving or, shifting towards premium housing or luxury housing. And that's the flavor of the day. And many things contributed towards this also, because COVID was a major player. And in COVID, the household suddenly realized that we need bigger spaces. Because everybody wanted a room to himself or herself, because they were all wired and connected and they conducted their business or office goes that way. So everybody was looking for larger spaces. And since there was a paradigm shift of conduct of your business, we also observed that places where we have done secondary homes or holiday homes like Lonavala or Goa, they were all gone. They sold like hotcakes. And a lot of people invested, a lot of people bought those, and inventory moved very fast. So that is what the requirement is being driven now. And we see, if you do, small condos, we still do as a part of our development, because we have to have a good product mix.
Yes.
But the preference is towards bigger and larger spaces.
Yes, and I think a large ticket size housing development has become very prevalent, and a lot of Mumbaikars do ask that who decided we don't need 2 BHKs anymore. Now the developers are going towards 3, 4 and 5, and the ticket size is much larger. So I am just sounding what the people of Mumbai really feel. Gulam Zia, what more regulatory changes also are needed? Now we have reached a stage where a lot of things have been well defined and are beautifully working out. But what more is required from the government which can improve it further? And second, if you can add, are we also encouraging more slum development in the garb of that redevelopment aspect that has come as a boon for the slum dwellers?
Nisha, I would need a little patience to hear me out, and it can also leave a lot in an awkward position, including Mr. Oberoi. First of all, starting on again, and I'm sorry, I'm going backward again, trying to answer a few questions which I heard not hurled at me. But point number one. This entire thing of affordable housing, and since it was also related to the government intervention you're seeking, I can bet most of them are not even aware that government has revised the affordability limits in places like Mumbai. RBI has revised it to 67 lakh. You talk to most of them, they would still say that 45 lakh mein kuch nahi aata, hum kaise banayenge vagera. Number one is that these are changes which have already happened, and on many industry bodies I stood up and spoke about it and startled them because they are not aware of it. So number one. Number two, the complete exodus of developers, including my friend sitting over here. He spoke so much about Boisar, but after Boisar I'm sure he can't talk, because at some point of time they moved from affordable housing to the upper end, and it's not them, everybody. You talk. The last one falling was Mahindra's.
I agree.
A little while back, about less than a year back, they declared on SEBI that they are focusing on mid-end, etc., and not talking about affordable.
But we couldn't come to a consensus on what is affordable.
Wait, no, that's what I was coming. You know, whenever we talk of that, we get into the jargons. What is affordable? Every time we start talking affordable housing, and this is one way of hijacking the whole argument, Nisha. Let me explain why. Do you know Mumbai is of the top 8 cities? What is the first reaction if I say, is Mumbai affordable? I'm sure everybody here would say unaffordable. Now, I'll give you some statistics. Below 50 lakh rupee house price ticket index. Do you know Mumbai does 35 to 40% in the top 8 cities? Are you aware? You are not. That is the irony, that again, the hijacking of the entire narrative, you know, talking very, very top of the line statements, etc. I need, as a developer, I need an excuse to run away from this segment. So first is this, कि यार clarity नहीं है, government नहीं बताता affordable housing क्या है, अरे बताया है. Pradhan Awas Yojana 2.0, which came about a year and a half back, talks of lot many of these things cleared. Every time we turn around and say government needs to do more, let me tell you, on this platform I want everybody to know government has done enough and more for every sector, and for real estate per se, a lot has been done. But it's a typical mentality, or mango. So here on affordable housing, let me tell you, the kind of effort government is putting is outstanding. Do you know, according to Pradhan Awas Yojana 2.0, some 3 odd crore of additional affordable housing units in urban, PME urban I'm talking, PME has 2 parts. PME urban calls for more than 3 crore houses to be delivered, and do you know there is no developer in the segment? All of them have moved out because they all want to do mid to upper end, because chalo theek hai, commerce, it is commerce, they're making money, let them make money, but at least let us not hide behind such things. Yes, be very clear and open and candid that I want to make money, so I am not talking affordable housing. Cut the story short. Na? Why to talk about these narratives and take this whole discussion in a different direction?
I think you have made your points very, very emphatically. And just last words on the vision for Bombay and the skyline, the way it's developing and how the slum redevelopment is also taking shape. What are we seeing in future by maybe 2047?
So I will sum it up. The way we see is, inclusive redevelopment delivered by public-private partnership as well as cluster development, which will result, which is the key to, we witnessing slum-free Mumbai, well-connected Mumbai, and opportunities rich Mumbai in 2047.
All right. And Gulam Zia, what are the positives now that you see right now?
Now I'll go to the last question that you asked. Again, converge it together. You asked about, at least I gathered, that the plight of the slums, the redevelopment that you're talking about. Somebody came up with a crazy word called vertical slums. I think you were hinting at that. How is the standard of living of those? Again, as I said, this is a negative propaganda happening around that. Yes, I understand that these tenements are high-rises where people are slightly, I would say, denser. I agree that it is dense. But when we are talking about densities, again, the typical armchair advisory that because it's a dense location, health hazards. So tell me something, the one who was living in Dharavi till yesterday, finding a high-rise 30th floor, is better off or worse off? Simple answer. Yeah, then you would say that there are seepages. Give me data. Let the data talk. Na? You have created I gave that number, 3 lakh houses has been created by SRA. How many of them are feeling or finding seepages and all that? So this is once again a huge propaganda happening against this whole upliftment of the slum folks, and that is very, very, very disheartening. So to say the least, what is happening is great. We are creating a better lifestyle for people, and then going back to what we spoke about, that typical tendency कि किसी को rent पे देके आप और दूसरे slum में चले जाते हो. अगर ऐसा होता तो slum development, slum numbers would have been shooting up every year, which is not the case. So the point is that a lot of negative propaganda is going around. We need to be as educated and learned people. We need to be clear to see such kind of propaganda happening and focus on what is data-based, analytical-based information coming your way, and that is giving me comfort from where I see. The vantage point I have is that Mumbai is doing great for upliftment of the slums or the people who are disadvantaged, etc. The kind of initiatives that have been taken by government, by public-private partnerships and so on. When I talk of PPP, again the focus is on Dharavi. A lot of these things are happening. Where we are sitting very close, the huge redevelopment of Chawls is happening. The developments of almost about 10,000 tenements happening by Mhada here, where we are standing. So a lot of these, and once again, Tatas are a part of that redevelopment initiative as well. Tata Consulting Engineers is doing it. So a lot of work is happening. My appeal through this platform to your audience and to you and everybody here, please be careful of the kind of propaganda floating around. We are in a much better shape than what we were, say about a few decades back, and we are doing a great work to uplift. And since this focus today in this discussion is on EWS or social housing, we are doing an exemplary work for social housing. So all those who are talking about vertical slums, when they go to Hong Kong and Japan, they are very happy living in even smaller shanties than what they have here for the so-called slum redevelopment.
That point well said.
Exactly. But that said, we come back to India and then we look down upon them. Okay, we are giving them vertical slums. So absolute crazy, kind of information, disinformation floating around. We need to be careful to call upon the right information and base our conclusions and understandings on the right decision and not the propaganda.
Post this session, I will have an informal chat with my friend Gulam ko gussa kyun aata hai?
All right, but my one question, and I'm itching to ask more as a journalist, how much of science, technology is going into the development and construction and real estate development? Because the city has suffered a lot because of the construction, massive construction that we have seen. But is the industry, like all other industries, innovating technology for much better science and tech for development?
Fantastic. This is a subject very close to my heart, and I drive it very personally. So, new age technologies like BIM, Building Information Modeling, this is prevalent from so many years in the developed part of the world, but we are extremely slow to embrace this. Many reasons. This is not still taught as a curriculum in academia or schools or colleges, etc. and all. And some of our inherent reluctance of, not availability of such resources, etc. But these are game-changing technologies. Projects which are set on BIM can revolutionize it. To cite a case, if I normally will, take 12 weeks to award a package, with BIM it can be achieved in 4 weeks. We are now, and we are, I must admit that we are the leaders, we are providing thought leadership as well as, guidance to the industry here, because of late in my last 3 projects, I have issued working BIM GFC model to the trade vendors for pricing. First time in the country. So then the conventional bill of quantities, etc. going. So that gives confidence to the trade partner. The response is more accurate, the response is more faster, award is faster. And going on with the journey, if you set up a project on BIM, regular progress monitoring, issues of QAQC, etc. tagged in there, it really helps the cause. Right. The second is also, we may say that, we are a country of so many billions and labor is cheap in India. Labor is no more cheap in India. Labor is expensive, as well as the productivity of our workers is pretty low. If I must share and admit with you, 2 workers do the job of 1 worker when we have a comparative. So we have no other option but to mechanize ourselves. So the new age concept which we are talking again, which the developed part of the world is working, is construction cloud services. Now that's next on our agenda, because if I participated and I learned that maybe in the United States, if there are 350 construction cloud services vendors, there is none in India. Now that's very eye-opening, that is our industry or our country not ready for that? So there can be many options and they have their own reasons, but we are not moving fast enough on that. Right. And lot need to be done. It's not with one developer like us, but the whole fraternity. A majority should embrace technology for the benefits which accrue. Yes. Because we have been plagued with bad quality works, we have been plagued with delayed delivery of projects. Yes. These all can be addressed very systematically, beautifully with us.
So, Mr. Oberoi, it's a mindset change that technology is an investment in the future and not a cost. The moment it moves from cost in P&L to an investment, I think that shift will really take place.
Exactly.
So we are looking forward to that, and of course not to take away from the fact that this has not just caused upliftment, but also job creation to a large extent, and that is very commendable. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for such candid conversation on the issues that really touch all our lives. Thank you so much. Thanks to the audience as well.
Thank you.
All right, after that very, very energetic discussion with our two panelists, we spoke in that one about social housing, but now we move on to Mumbai's luxury real estate. And in fact, Mumbai's luxury real estate is undergoing a striking transformation, where heritage charm now meets high design, technology, and curated vertical living. Designing Desire explores how aspiration itself is being redefined as the city's skyline rises higher, smarter, and more expressive. From AI-enabled homes and wellness-driven ecosystems to sustainability emerging as the new language of premium living, the rules of luxury are being rewritten. And with new corridors like the C-Link to access BKC 2.0 and the Worli-Seori belt opening up, the canvas for high-end development has never been more exciting. To decode the future of luxury in Mumbai, please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel, Ritesh Mehta of JLL, Rajat Rastogi of Purvankara, and Parth K. Mehta of Paradigm Reality. Now, they're in conversation with our moderator, Vikram Oza.
Parth with us? Oh, okay. Maybe he'll join us in a moment, but should we begin then? All right, perfect. It's a crisp morning in Mumbai, and that many would call a luxury, but here we are, and grateful because the kind of developments that we are seeing around us, Mumbai skyline is changing in a big way. To be able to discuss it with developers, advisories who are kind of leading the charge, as it were, is an important piece for a city like Mumbai to understand what has changed by way of our luxury offerings and what the future of luxury really brings to the table. A post-pandemic world as well, luxury housing has changed in a dramatic way because, like was being discussed in earlier panels too, we want our homes to be bigger, we want our communities where we live to have all the facilities all in one space. God forbidding we have another pandemic, we want to be able to be safe and get access to all of it. So the entire paradigm of luxury seems to be changing in a huge way. So luxury in the past, as we understood it, was something rare, something that was out of reach for everyone. Pricing had a big part of it, but quality offerings, right? And in the real estate space, and I was looking at a reel recently, interestingly, it was talking about 7 bungalows in Mumbai. And those 7 bungalows, in the colonial times, they actually had AI recreated. And it was about these homes that the colonialists actually made with seafront property. And we look back at some of that with romanticism, with a lot of love, because we have that for Mumbai. and our history is so dear to us. But what was considered luxury then is very vertical today. So in that sense, I wanted to ask Ritesh first, how has that paradigm of luxury changed?
Yeah, afternoon audience, afternoon Vikram, and thanks NDTV for making me here talk about luxury real estate. I think it's a very complex situation right now because we just spoke about EWS and SRA, and the irony is we are talking about the high rises and luxury living. No matter, it's a situation of perplexity, but I'll start my views. I would define luxury real estate into two categories. The one would be in Mumbai, in MMR, which is 5 to 20 crore bracket, which we call it premium homes. And anything about 20 crores we term as luxury or uber luxury. The preferences, the taste, the behavior and the lifestyle preferences differs in premium real estate and also the uber luxury segment. The one thing or two, three things which remains common in both the pedigree is the view. The buyers are more keen towards the view, and everyone in Mumbai dies for higher floors. The second is a wider decks, I would say. And third is the ventilation bit. So whether it is west facing, east facing, it really adds up to the value of a luxury property. Now when we define and differentiate the premium homes and the uber luxury category, our assessment is within the premium home category, the buyers are more keen on the external factors, like they need complex, they need safety, they think about the kids to play down, and they don't mind to be in masses, but they want to be slightly within the complex and the townships. When we talk about uber luxury, anything about 20 crore, the main criteria for them is privacy and exclusivity. They don't want more neighbors around. The floor to ceiling height has to be minimum 12 feet or maybe 3.6 meters to be said. So there are certain factors which differentiates both the categories, premium and uber luxury. However, I would say luxury is no more only about the space and the location. So I used to resonate high-end homes when people used to talk 10 years back. The first thing in my mind, since I've been born and brought up in Bombay, the first thing it comes to my mind is high-end is only South Bombay. But now if you look at any luxury product, it might be in Andheri, it might be in Goregaon. I'll pause myself here and probably will invite Parth.
Parth is joining us. Parth, why don't you join us here on stage? Great to have you, not at all, but good to have you on time. We know how Mumbai traffic can be. Pleasure having you with us. Welcome.
So I was talking about it's no more the location, but at the same time, luxury has to be livable and not photogenic. Today what is happening is people have been showing great renders, showing a lot of things, but whether it translates into a good development is a question today. So I would rather say luxury from that angle. Most of the people buying in Uber luxury category are predefined and they are very sure what they want to buy. They would rather prefer Bershel apartments. The premium home category, which is 5 to 20 crore, they don't mind the developers to get it warm finished, but they are more keen on the external factors and not the internal. So this is what we are seeing right now, Vikram.
So the factors you're highlighting right now when you are discussing it with potential buyers, what they're looking for in luxury, a lot has to do with the profile of that buyer as well. The younger buyers as opposed to the older buyers. Is there a marked difference? Because at one time, I remember in Mumbai, the size and location mattered more than anything else, right? And location was key. It was always one factor and it was location, 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 right? How much has that shift happened? Because now we are seeing a move away from a South Mumbai. A move away from perhaps Worli, because Worli has also grown in a huge way, and now you're finding more corridors develop as infrastructure develops in the city. So when you're looking at the profile and what the buyer, the luxury buyer today is asking for, what's the shift like?
So first and foremost, good afternoon to all the people out here and your viewers. So just to answer your point, I think first and foremost, I mean, we always believe that luxury is all about the exclusivity that you bring on the table. And while I think, I know that we've spoke about the fact that location is probably not that important right now, but I think there are certain micro markets in the MMR region which are known for luxury, which continue to be known. Worli is a classic area right now. It's the biggest luxury market in the Mumbai region, and that's only because of the fact that the location has been known to be a luxury market for all. Just straight coming to the point that you asked, is does the aging or the age of the people who are buying making a difference? Answer is yes in certain parameters, no in certain parameters. I'll tell you why. Customers who are probably, I think, on a slightly, what we have realized, and since I think we are doing now a couple of large luxury projects, even the elderly people who are slightly more mature, are asking for sustainability as a key parameter for luxury. This is very, very surprising. I mean, instead of looking at what modern amenities that they can get, they're looking at sustainability. And a lot of times they ask us for a separate presentation and saying that, okay, can you give us a presentation about how can you make a building more sustainable vis-a-vis what my neighborhood is all about? And that's where I think the mind is going. Of course, the younger, the more affluent, the young people, they're looking at the modern amenities. What is the world-class thing that you're going to bring, what they've seen in maybe a Dubai or a New York or a Tokyo, what they want to bring in India, and that's where I think their large focus is coming about. But fact of the matter is, ultimately, if you sum it up, exclusivity for a typical micro market, whichever the micro market, as you rightly said, be it Juhu or be it the Four Bungalows or be it Worli or be it Breach Candy, wherever we are, I think any of these markets, if you go and tell your customer, your discerning customer saying that, okay, this is what we bring on the table, which probably is not available, that's where the luxury element comes in. It could be in form of your amenities, it could be in form of the specifications that you're providing, but the differentiation factor is what will help you garner that extra delta, which probably the competition is not getting.
So the differentiator is an important piece. Now, how do you draw this balance? Very interestingly, you talked about sustainability. At the same time, you talk about how our vertical buildings, our towers, our luxury offerings have to be amenity rich and perhaps in a community sort of way to be able to give you that much more. It goes beyond spa-like centers. You have your swimming pools and your gyms, etc. But it's going a stretch above that. You have your private theaters and all of that built in. But what about the exclusivity part, and does it work against sustainability goals when you talk about all these offerings within the amenity space? Parth?
Thank you for. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you for having me over, and apologies I got a little late. So, see, if today we realize when we talk of luxury, great amenities, good planning, a great quality in terms of product and timely delivery is a given fact. Without that, no one can do luxury because the buyer is much smarter than us. He's more moneyed than us. He understands the true value of his money because he's made the buck and he knows where to spend. He's extremely spoiled by choices. And if he's clear for a particular location, layout, or a product, he's very clear what he wants inside. So today when we are trying to put forward that the question should be like how we can differentiate ourselves as developers. I can put my standpoint, my co-panelists are very clear what the customer is looking at because they come from that side. So if we balance both parts, I realize the developer side, it has started becoming now that if we are providing any amenities, how those amenities are going to impact the day-to-day experience of a customer in terms of usability, not just namesake there are 50 amenities in the brochure, but how it impacts day-to-day whereby he doesn't have to get out of the house, of the gated community. He doesn't have to travel, remove his car. He can have everything in terms of wellness, which is most important. At the same time, recreation spaces for his family within the community. How that's balanced with sustainability is a big challenge now because all these new buildings of luxury because of FSI consumption have got 40 floors, 50 floors, 60 floors. Conventionally, all these buildings used to take 7, 10, 12, 13 years and maybe more. Now, in today's time where we pay such high premiums for FSI, the land cost is so high, the rentals, if it's a redevelopment, are over the roof. We are in a super competitive market where actually we developers are working on a cost plus basis.
Correct.
So the whole bottom line is we need to deliver also within a time. Like if today a 55, 60 story building, if we can't deliver end to end where people start moving in 60 months, we don't make any money as a developer. Now for that, what is important is how new technologies we're embracing, how the product itself can stand out in a competition is only and only by way of delivery and how fast we execute. Your experience center, sample flat, your entire product marketing pitch is only going to get you to a level where person is going to start considering you. It's not going to let them cut the check. So what I feel like we have a separate segment under Paradigm Marquee Collection for only looking at super luxury 20 crores and upwards. What we've understood from customers now is they are looking at in a manner where they are asking for amenities which have never been heard here. That today we go to a garden, the AQI is 200, 250, how do we walk? We are only breathing pollution. So what is it that you're doing in your gym?
Right.
Or in your walking tracks that this becomes good. So that made us think, and we said, look, how about an open walking track which throws fresh oxygen, fresh air, so they're breathing in a very low quality, very low AQI index, clean oxygen. How about a hyperbaric chamber or an oxygen room, or in terms of a particular red light sauna? These are the things which we've not earlier done. We've given an amenity for namesake, not focused on what impact that amenity can have on the livelihood of the person. Like small things I'll give you.
Yes.
Earlier, conventionally, we used to give steam rooms where 8-10 people used to sit. Now, no one wants to sit in a steam room for hygiene factors.
Right.
They want an individual steam console. They don't mind standing there, doing it, using it. Housekeeping guy cleans it and they get out. So these are the things that the guys want there.
Right.
Like the smallest of things, people don't want any services. When you mean true luxury, any services, Amazon, Zomato guys or delivery guys in your lobby. They don't want to see drivers in the lobby. So there has to be a complete separate security system, entry, exit, drop off, how these people don't enter the building. Because today more than the residents is the delivery people in the building.
Correct.
More than the resident cars, you see the bikes in the building. This is a fact of all our lives.
Right.
So how we are thinking about it, that's challenging. Now within the apartment, if you see, every luxury guy is breaking our house if amenities are given by the developer. He chooses to be either a bare shell, and if we developers want to complete a building in 60 months, we don't sometimes instigate bare shell. We said we'll do builder finish so that we get out of the project fast, and they end up breaking it. So that's made us think now what people are looking at. Now we put normal electricity lights, which is LED and understood power conserving lights, etc. No, they want a mood light when they're sleeping in the night. How automatic at that time that light becomes dim. Night, if they're want to go to the washroom, how the dim light is on, they don't have to find a switch button when the lights are off. When they wake up, how the light should start before the curtains open, so the mood is more perfectly aligned with them, that they're not getting up with a complete hush-hush manner or getting suddenly very, very euphoric. These are the things, like smallest things that we learn now is how people want, how showers are to be operated, that what water should come in their head, how the sprinklers matter their mood and thinking processes. So again, if you ask me, luxury is now into too much of detail. Every aspirant luxury buyer is comparing your product with a global standard product. If you ask ₹1 lakh, it is not only your per square feet rate. What are the other things that impact him that makes the decision valuable is far too important. And where sustainability is concerned is given now that people are not okay paying 50 rupees, 60 rupees maintenance per month. They want to have a product which is frill-free, easy to maintain, and their per square feet cost when they're operating a luxury product in the complex should be very good, where it works on an autopilot in the corpus that they've collected. So the burn money per month is reduced as much as possible. So these are the things that on the developer side that we learned, not by ourselves, but customers educating us at what they're looking at in the product.
So that's the change that's coming through, because it's being driven by very specific demands that the luxury buyer today has. But then does that put cost pressures on developers? Overall, when you're looking at the picture, this is calling for extreme customization to the extent that every buyer will have specific needs. How is that kind of telling on the kind of monies that are being put into developments and then also meeting deadlines? According to Maharera rules, you need to kind of maintain those deadlines as well. When they come as specific as Parth is pointing out, what are the pressures on the sector that you've seen develop over time in delivering this kind of luxury?
So honestly, Vikram, I believe that we have lack of innovation on the luxury side yet. Because luxury till date, in last 5 years, the spur what we saw in Bombay specifically, the inventories and the supply, whatever came in, actually got sold very easily. I mean, on my right hand side, I have a developer, on the left hand side, no offenses whatsoever. But we have not seen that era of hard push in this luxury segment, which actually translated to lack of innovations. Now, small things, I really agree with Parth that from the supply side, what is going to be the differentiation when it comes to an offering of a luxury product. Now, 2-3 things which I noticed in last 2-3 days and which really excited me is a small reel where you can have a private elevator within the house without electricity. There is an Indian-made startup who has made that lift which runs on the air pressure. There might be some pros and cons on that product bit, but have we evaluated such a small thing? I think we have not yet. I was in a seminar attending refrigeration. I mean, fridge plays a very important role when we live in our houses. And I don't want to name the brand, but they are into R&D. They are hard pushing their R&D team to save, I mean, just an example, they have invented one new thing where when we heat milk, right, we have to keep it 2-3 hours outside and then we need to put it in the fridge, right? They have invented a new technology where you heat the milk and you can directly put into refrigeration. So there are small things which needs innovation. Bombay, for that matter, unfortunately, have not evolved in terms of understanding the innovation. Be it facade, be it materials, be it appliances. When we talk about automation, we only talk about how on one button the curtains will open up, right? Or the lights will be dim. Or I can open my house being down, I mean down on my podium, I can open my house. That's not automation. There is technology. There are a lot of things which are happening globally. I would request my peer colleagues to actually understand what's happening outside, copy some good things. Most of the things might not suit the weather, might not suit the demographics, but there are a lot of things which we can really get luxury get going. But till now, I think it's all by default, which has been selling around.
But you said that by default it is setting. You said it was in the past. Rajat, has it really changed? How do you take this critique, if it were? Because Mumbai has few offerings. We are, in that sense, a smaller city than many others in the country. Here's where land prices are as high as they are because of the scarcity of it. So do luxury real estate developers get away by providing less when there is so much more out there that technology is offering? Now with AI, so much more is possible. Are we doing less than what we could be doing right now? And perhaps is that going to change the way that our future offerings in the real estate luxury space is going to change?
So let me, I think, break this entire question into a couple of points. I think there are multiple questions in this. The first question is that are we doing enough to sell luxury, or is this the market hype which is helping to sell luxury? I think, to be honest, top branded players, without taking any names, even before COVID, were selling very well on the luxury side. If they were able to deliver that product, they were selling it. And there are quite a few instances of buildings getting sold out 50-60%, even for apartments which are worth 25-30 crores, even during the time when we saw the market going down. So there were always a set of buyers who was looking at such products and they bought it. And I feel that this momentum of the top branded players who have proved over a period of years, I think their product will continue to sell even if the market sustains or there's a bit of maybe a headwind in the market. The second point is, which I take away, is that are we doing enough? The question is always, we have learned a long way. I think Parth spoke about certain points that we have last 3-4 years, there have been a lot of things that we have slightly luxuries in detail and we're going in micro. Absolutely, we are going in micro. There's a lot of details that we are looking into. Small aspects as much as the switch which is going to be put in the building. There's been deliberation happening on that which was never done before. All these things are being done today. Are we comparable to any of these Western cities or maybe a Dubai? Answer is probably no to an extent. Are we reaching out there? Maybe yes, very soon. I think it's a luxury journey and luxury is obviously endless in terms of what we can offer to the customers. It's going to take some time. We've seen this boom of luxury coming in Mumbai. A lot of new developers, a lot of new players have come in. They're offering a lot of new things. Whether it's sustainable in long term, probably time will tell. But yes, answer is technology is really helping us. There's a lot of work happening on the side. There are a lot of new opportunities. I'm meeting a lot of people personally across Bangalore. I think it's not working. Sorry, yeah. Across Bangalore and other cities that we operate in, wherein we're meeting a lot of new startups telling us something different which is happening in Silicon Valley and saying, can we do it in our products? Of course, yes, we're investing that money over there. But it's a journey. It's a journey. It's going to take time. And we are very positive about this model of luxury coming in. We are very positive that Indian affluent segment, uber affluent segment is ready to pay the extra $1 to buy the apartment of their choice. And I think in next 4-5 years, to be honest, I think things will be very, very different from where we are today.
You think you're hopeful of change, but this is also happening at a time, and you did mention Dubai and London. There are many other markets that the Indian investor in luxury real estate has access to today and is exercising that option. Are we really competing in a way that the investments of the future, when it comes to luxury real estate, how is that panning out, especially for a city like Mumbai? Are a primary number of buyers for their personal use, or are they looking at investments? How has that scenario changed? And where does Mumbai rank in all the competition now that is building up?
So I'll answer your question in two parts. First part is, yes, Mumbai luxury market is still an attractive investment destination. You can't take that away. See what happens, we still hear prices only which make newspaper headlines. Even today, a lot of projects are still very well priced. If you even look at a 10-year indexation, they've not even grown by over 3 to 5% a year. And they've not even beat inflation vis-a-vis the cost, input cost of FSI and construction cost, which has gone up, or the cost of capital. But against that, the prices have not gone up, one. Two, over the last 4-5 years post-COVID, entrepreneurs who are at mid-level have made some serious money because of equity markets or linkage to other investment which has been good. They've made great capital appreciation in the other asset classes. What we've typically seen is now when markets are overheated, or globally when they feel that there is a little slowdown expected due to larger geographical reasons, people want to invest in homes because they feel at least our money is safe in brick and mortar. It'll throw us rent. It can be either 3% or 5% or 6%, depends on your purchase. But they feel secured buying a premise. It's a great hedge and a capital appreciation over a longer period of time. Two, what I've witnessed now is people who have bought 80 crores, 100 crores, 120 crore homes. They know these are once a lifetime purchases. But for the second generation, in and around in their vicinity, they're willing to come in grade A developments which are between, let's say, if someone stays in an 80 or 100 crore home, but a 20 to 30 crore home, they would like to buy it for the child or a younger brother or parents or anyone, whereby they want them to be in and around their vicinity, yet have that grade of quality in terms of the product. It may not be that pricey because priciness of a product is now completely dependent on the community that is being created in the complex. A common wall, we've seen many developers, I don't want to get into names, where a common wall may be, example, 30,000, that guy is selling at 70,000. There is no resale flat available there. One flat comes out in a complex, there are 9 bidders within the building. So society makes a law that we have to do bidding and then give. So these are private biddings, but that means what the answer is, if there is a great community that has come in, the product has been maintained well after handover. A lot of times we developers try to make a great product for a name to stay. But after 3 years, we ourselves don't like to see our product. Because when we hand it over to the society, they not necessarily maintain that way. What are the post-handover things that they are keeping, which are completely being followed in line with when the product was conceived or delivered? These things are very important to have a value in a product or a project over a larger period of time. Correct. Number two is comparing ourselves to, let's say, any Indian market. Let's put 4 other places which are expensive now. Let's Noida, Gurgaon. Besides Bombay, there are some places in Bangalore now which has really come up. Then I would look at some even places in Hyderabad. Now, again, every micro market you see, those people there inherently in tier 2 cities are used to staying in larger homes. And they were actually predominantly over generations staying in bungalows, villas, townhouses. Correct. Now everyone's gone into vertical homes. So the flat sizes there are exorbitantly high. Means a 5,000 or a 10,000 or a 15,000 square feet home in Mumbai is like jaw-dropping. You'll have 1 in 1,000 person buying it. There, out of 100 people, 90 people are buying in terms of the luxury segment who are purchasing. Even if the per square feet rate is low, people are commanding a bungalow kind of or a sky villa kind of a vibe there in terms of a product. The height, the ventilation, the windows, the largest balconies which are like terraces. So the unit prices there also are very large. So answering is yes, there is a lot of upside potential yet. Two, it is totally dependent on product to product, how well the product is built, marketed, and what level of gentry that product is able to create. And third most important part is that if any project which is not delivered on time, people are very, very clear that the cost of capital has an alternative, very high opportunity value. So if the project for a developer, one goes by schedule more than 1-2 years here and there, a repeat value for the brand is dented to a great level. So the arbitrage that the developer can also seek from his own product to make better margins completely dies out. Then you're only doing cost plus basis business, and the investor will also always buy your product at a discount. So I think it's a mix of everything.
Yeah.
That's about it.
So, Ritesh, as we kind of wrap this up, I mean, to look at the future of luxury real estate right now, with all the factors considered, in Mumbai, the kind of redevelopments that we are seeing, and we were talking about slum redevelopments and all of those opportunities that are building up. But what we seem to see is a lot of these popcorn towers that are coming up. In terms of homogeneity, in terms of holding on to our past, the Art Deco that we started talking about this morning as well, you know, some of that history needs to remain intact. In the way the luxury homes are coming up, the vertical kind of expansion that we are seeing right now in Mumbai, how much are we going to be able to sustain it in a way that Mumbai is going to retain its character, as it were? And what's the form and which are the corridors that you see that are opening up to be able to hold that kind of lineage coming forth in the future?
So I think, Vikram, luxury in Bombay, sustainability and heritage and the kind of old charm buildings is a step 2. Today what we are seeing, luxury definition is purely basis the views what people are getting. I mean 70% of the weightage while buying a home is whether I am seeing a sea or I am seeing a greenscape. These are the two main parameters. Today luxury is driven by infrastructure more, I would rather say. Like for an example, the redevelopment of South Bombay actually opened up the first row towards the coastal side, which is now traded at 1,75,000 to 2 lakh rupees a square feet. Then further down, when it connected to Bandra Sea Link, Bandra came into limelight, and we are, I mean, seeing prices upwards of 150,000 rupees a square feet. Now the question is, if Bandra gets connected to Andheri, will Andheri see 1 lakh rupee a square feet or not? So today the discussion all around is infrastructure supported by the views when it comes to luxury. Right. When it comes to old charm, design bit, or maybe sustainability, I think we can all talk about for hours and hours, but it will take 2-3 years from now, and I see that thing coming in when there is hard sell, when there is more supply, when the developers really want to create a differentiation, and that's where people will break their minds understanding how can I be different from a different
Wouldn't that be too late? If you're talking about only infrastructure-led development, wouldn't it be too late to kind of recreate the kind of magic that Mumbai has had, and the differentiator that we're talking about for a city like Mumbai is retained and not relegated to just a sea view or a greenscape?
To an extent, I would feel sustainability has been taken care. Parth was absolutely right when he spoke about, or maybe Rajat spoke about, the youngsters wanting to be sustainable, wanting to buy a sustainable house. One thing which remains again very, very debatable is the outgoing, what you mentioned, the maintenance bit.
Very important.
Very, very important. So in a premium segment which ranges from 5 to 20 crore, we resonate this category to a person buying a car like a BYD kind of a car, electric vehicle. He wants all the features, he wants the exterior to be stunning, but at the same time he wants fuel efficiency, right? So outgoings is related to your efficiency when it comes to automobile. The category which is 20 crores and above, I think they are not yet maintenance centric. They are not bothered about outgoings. They want privacy, they want the profiles to be right. So they are like Porsche or maybe the Merc or the Audis of the world. So maintenance is going to play a very critical role, because most of the luxury which is coming up right now is in the form of redevelopment. And when it comes to redevelopment, there is a differentiation on the pedigree of the people in the same building.
Yes.
So no matter the developer will give a gold studded tap in the basin, but whether it is going to be sustainable, people would maintain it, is a question which today the developer has to ask themselves and deliver on that bit. So a fine-tuned balance between luxury and offering is very, very, very much required.
So we're not just considering the needs of the present and what buyers are asking for, but as developers, I'm guessing the need is to assess what this buyer of today is going to need in the future in a city like Mumbai, which of course has its own constraints, its own permutations and combinations by way of how to lead a good lifestyle. Maybe even a luxury lifestyle, but that, like he said, comes in the future. Right now, we want our city to look prettier. We want our entire skyline to look that much more attractive. You do get a glimpse of it when you're going past a Bandra Worli ceiling, but you know, you want it to look prettier even up close. And how much of that old Mumbai is retained in the kind of redevelopments that take place is something that's going to be crucial and something that buyers perhaps are going to ask as a step two, like you're saying.
So an honest answer is going to be no. I mean, we are seeing the high rises. We are inching towards Manhattan and Tokyo's of the world.
Right.
We are not going to backwards towards Venice or maybe the old cities. So unfortunately, I mean, being very pragmatic and practical, we are looking at modernizations with high rises so that views are retained. There is something to offer to the consumer. So,
right. Yes. So, of course, lots to look forward to in the future when it comes to luxury real estate, and these conversations, of course, will continue on how we can have that many more offerings and better offerings in times to come using technology, and indeed the infrastructure in Mumbai, which is growing, is perhaps going to lead the way as well. But thanks very much for joining us with your insights. Always a pleasure having you on NDTV, and the conversations will continue even offline. So thank you for being a great audience as well. Thanks indeed.
thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Let's take a quick picture.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that very insightful discussion we had on luxury real estate in Mumbai. Now, moving on, as Mumbai races towards its net zero ambitions, the city's real estate market is entering a pivotal new era, one where sustainability is not a choice, but the core of value creation. Green is the new gold, explores how green buildings, resilient design, and climate adaptive architecture are reshaping demand, rentals, and long-term profitability. With innovations in renewable integration, smart grids, and low-carbon materials, Mumbai's vertical future is being rewritten through a greener lens. In a city as dense and as dynamic as ours, the big question is, how do we build sustainability without slowing growth or compromising ambition? Now, to decode this transition, please welcome our expert panel. We've got Mr. Vaibhav Dangi, Dr. Mala Sinha, Sarika Shetty, and Manan Shah. I think I've got the most gender balanced panel here. The rest have been dominated by men, but pleasure having all of you here. Thank you very much. So the topic today, of course, is green is the new gold. Mr. Dange, I would like to begin with you. Now, it's a very enchanting topic because it's something that we all aspire towards. But is it really true? Are we genuinely seeing a transformation as far as Mumbai is concerned towards sustainability, or is this just more branding than behavior? And what other sustainability practices that you think can perhaps move the needle?
Thank you. Thank you once again to NDTV. And to answer your question, partially yes, partially no. Are we moving towards? yes, everybody is talking about, everybody is trying to move towards that direction, but are we really seriously doing much to move to that direction? Probably no. Lot of things are still more of a branding or cosmetic aspect of it. As somebody in my earlier panel I was listening to, most of the things are cosmetic in terms of what sustainability means. But can be enough done? Yes, there is much to need to do. And as they say, sustainability is no more a luxury for any of us. Probably that's not a choice anymore. And therefore, we need to do lot more thing. And ultimately, what is sustainability? Sustainability mantra is ultimately reduce. So reduce the consumption of anything we do in terms of whether it is material, whether it is electricity, whether it is pressure on the resources. So reduce that pressure, reuse wherever we can, and recycle wherever we can is the basic mantra of sustainability. That's how nature works. Nature produces as much as required, and nature recycles it, reuse it. So I think that's the ultimate sustainability mantra. And therefore, can we do much? Yes, there are so many things that can be done, both in terms of our design efficiency, in terms of our construction practices, in terms of materials that are used, in terms of consumption that our new age buildings are looking at. Probably we went through an era in last 20-25 years where we have broadly just started copying what everywhere else, everybody else was doing in the world. And therefore, a lot of things need to, how can our design be more efficient in terms of energy efficiency, in terms of consumption of energy, how can our materials be more sustainable, how can our practices be more sustainable. For example, we talk about, I came from Delhi, and since yesterday anybody meeting me, the first question everybody is asking about how is pollution there. And you all will agree, most of our construction sites are producing more challenges for pollution than probably vehicular pollution contributes to the city's pollution. And I think, are we doing enough to make our construction sites more cleaner, neater, so that they'll produce less pollution, becomes more sustainable? All those elements need to look at. So sustainability in everything we do, sustainability has to be part of our thought process. And I think we are still moving in that direction. Have we started moving? Yes, we have started moving, but lot needs to be done.
Absolutely. So Dr. Singh, as he said, we've started moving. Now, what plays an important role in moving the needle, so to say, is the right kind of certifications, and that's what you do. That's where you come in. So tell us a bit more about what specific features, technologies are actually creating a real value today.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank, on the behalf of Indian Green Building Council, CII Mumbai, to NDTV. Especially when I saw the subject, green is the new gold. That's too good, too beautiful subject. Thank you so much for that. When we talk about green is the new gold, I'll come to your answer as well. So if you see we Indians, we preserve the gold as an asset for our future generation. That's a legacy for us. Similarly, I think this green aspect, this green attributes when we talk about, now that's again the new legacy, which we need to leave for the generation when we talk about preservation, conservation of natural resources. If you see the Indian Green Building Council, in this green building certification process, their journey started in 2001, okay? And today, if you see, the sir was talking about still we need to do more. Of course, I agree. But I would like to communicate the numbers here. We started our journey with one building, which was Shiraji Godrej Business Center in Hyderabad, one platinum rated building. That was the journey. And it was inaugurated by Dr. Abdul Kalam, late Shri Abdul Kalam ji. And today, if you see the growth momentum in the country, that is around 15 billion square feet. And the best part, sir, that's the 4 billion just belongs to Maharashtra. And out of that, Mumbai is leading. So I would say Mumbaikars are doing very good job, and I congratulate all the stakeholders who are adopting these green certifications. It is not just certification, let me tell you, it's a well-defined approach, which basically guide you how to use what kind of green features you need when you design a building, what kind of design interventions you need, like through passive approach, through active approach, and what kind of low carbon technologies you need. And apart from that, it is not just the building at micro level, but it is also the supporting infrastructure. You need to give the supply to that building in terms of water, in terms of energy resources, and also bringing nature to the building. That is also very important component. So it is not, just one attribute when you define green building. So I would say that our definition in IGBC, it just defines our Indian ethos or Panchbhutas. So whenever we say what is green building, so we just simply say that when you conserve water, when you handle it efficiently as a precious resource, it is jal. So that is my one Panchbhuta. So when I say that Agni, so that means when I reduce the energy consumption, when I know that how to optimize my building design, how to achieve, energy consumption patterns. When it comes to the ventilation, skylight, so I am defining again your attributes of sky and my air. So when I am talking about the fifth element of Panchbhuta, which is Dhara, Dharti, so that defines the biodiversity and my soil, how I save the soil. So basically, it's very simple definition. Of course, it has multiple tangible and intangible benefits. So when you look into the green features, which are very common, let me tell you, every story starts with a design intervention. So when designer, look into the biophilic design, so we give utmost importance to the biophilic design. Then we give importance to the passive attributes when you have good daylighting, good ventilation in those buildings. So you cannot do compromise on those passive aspects. But if you see the skyline of Mumbai, if I talk very specific to Mumbai city, the kind of development we need to do, the kind of redevelopment is happening, definitely, we need to now do some mind shift, where all the buildings skyline, they need to be sustainable by nature. Because 40% of the carbon emissions, let me tell you, just coming from the building, this real estate sector. That is also the harsh reality. Everyone, I think, will be agree with me for that. But that is also the harsh reality that 40% of the green cover in Mumbai we have already lost. Because we know that we are talking about green concrete jungle now, that is also some terminology we use. And we also use that heat island effect, which is again a microclimatic temperature variations. So when we talk about green features and when we talk about green building approach, we basically provide the strategies that how you can reduce the temperature, how you can look into the thermal properties of your building envelope. So how you optimize your building envelope, what kind of glass you need, what kind of benchmarks you need, what kind of orientation you need. So all those strategies, as a whole, gives you a roadmap that defines basically what is that performance factor of your building. And apart from that, sir has just mentioned that air pollution, and he talked about water pollution as well. So let me tell you, when you do the green construction practices, because Mumbai is now, we are revamping the Mumbai. We need a lot of redevelopment, lot of slum. Dharvi is the one example, and there are a lot of redevelopment projects. I'll tell you, you need a lot of water, you need energy, you need to lose the green cover. So those are the challenges. This is what the reason is why we need to build green. Why building should be a next mandate and prerequisite, even through policy interventions also. Because you don't have chance now. If you see the climate risk of Mumbai, of flooding, if you see the kind of the resources we are going to consume by 2030, if you see that future, don't you think that building green is a necessity? So that is, I would say, it is a necessity now. And I'm very happy that policy interventions are also giving push to drive this movement. And this is what we have the highest number in Mumbai. And the large corporates, they are also participating in this entire momentum. And a lot of interventions like their investors' influence, I would say their financial institutions, they are also pushing this entire drive. But the most important is the passion of developer that really works.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So you were talking about all these features that are required for a green certification. Sarika, if I can come to you on this one now. Now, from a design perspective, which of these green features are actually the easiest and the most difficult to integrate into a green certified building?
Thanks. I'll take this question a little differently because more than the certification, I think I'll speak about it from the ethos of sustainability or design. I think if I just go back 1900s and before, this word of sustainability has been coined very recently, and I think all of us as Indians have been the most sustainable, whether it's design, whether it's the way we live, or whether it's the way we repurpose, and that's been in our DNA. What I'd like to bring to picture over here is that when we say green buildings right now, there are certain aspects that drive this entire framework because there are incentives that happen. It's great that in the last 20 years we've seen this completely moving from what USGBC moved into IGBC and the LEED and then many other Indian rating systems. But at the heart of it, even if I don't certify, I think what's most important is that when I'm in a space, I'm able to get daylight between my day hours right till the time the sun sets. I should ideally not be using electricity, and that's what we propagate through our buildings and design. When I have an environment which is conducive to allow for natural ventilation, I do that and make sure that it's cross-ventilated, and I don't use HVAC or HVAC, which is air conditioning or heating, depending on which part of India you are. And what's the most important is that in the chaos of an urban context, how do you get calm and how do you kind of come to a space that allows you light and air, and that allows you to be able to think more clearly. And I think that's what design needs to do, and that's an example that you see across Bombay, whether it's the Art Deco, whether it's the colonial, or whether it's the simple chawl that we have around the Lal Bagh area or the Girgaon chawls, which are designed for climate conducive aspects, and they do it very successfully for the kind of sizes they were meant for, and you can do it even now. Right now, the difference is that when floor plates increase drastically, you're not able to bring in daylight optimization, and then you bring in all the other aspects, whether it's performance glass, whether it's HVAC, you're only increasing energy consumption. So to answer your question, which is the most difficult out of it, what would be very important is that if you do not have the context to create the greenery for yourself, you are adding that as a layer into the building. But it's possible. And it's very much possible. I think we just have to sit back and think a little differently on how you can make it happen without resorting to something which is only mechanical or energy intensive. I'd like to stop here. I'm sure there'll be many other questions that will come here.
Right. Now, Mr. Shah, if I could bring you in. Sustainability costs a lot of money. Now, the big question is, are buyers willing to shell out that extra money that sustainable designing, the certifications, as well as real sustainability brings with it? In terms of occupancy rates, as well in terms of a long-term asset value creation, are you seeing that in the buyers today?
See, Mumbai, first of all, right now is on a cusp of a breakthrough for infrastructure and real estate industry both. What I mean by that is, we never had parallel systems before this. We are coming up with tunnels, we're coming up with coastal roads, we're coming up with a tunnel which is literally connecting Borivali-Kandivali to Thane, now Orange Gate to Marine Drive, that's coming up. What's happening is there is a transition shift happening of the buyers from the specific micro market locations, and they're trying to move out to different locality as well. So the first shift that we saw as a developer in the past 4-5 years is they want to move to ecosystems which is more easily commutable. Now the moment it becomes more commutable, yes, of course, Worli Seaface cannot be recreated. Juhu on the Ocean Drive cannot be recreated. So these pockets are the uber luxury pockets right now, Bandra, Carter Road, etc. spaces. Now when it comes to luxury buyers, there are two specific things which is very important for them, and I think one of the earlier panelists was also mentioning that, and I agree to him, is one is views are very important for a luxury buyer because he's upgrading. It's not his necessity. Secondly, it's the ecology which you can create within your own building or a gated community. So when you start doing these things, like for example, we are creating now spaces in our projects like a Himalayan rock salt room.
Now what that thing does is, it's not just a normal sauna. It even purifies your lungs. With the growing pollution, with the growing, AQI index becoming worse by the day because of volcanic eruption, you might say, or construction activities, people are looking for ecological systems within their immediate proximity. I don't want to get down, remove my car, go to a gymkhana and enjoy the space with my family. I want to be in my building, wear a pair of shorts, put on slippers, and just go to the clubhouse. So when you start doing these things, they start seeing these things as luxury. More than just the double-eyed entrance lobbies of the world, cladding with the beautiful Italian marbles. Yes, these things are there. But today's luxury, what I see in our home buyers is specifically, am I getting ample amount of light and air natural within my house? And second is, am I getting the right set of amenities over and above the typical gyms, double-eyed lobbies and jogging tracks? So I see these things definitely adding a lot of value to people, and automatically people are willing to pay for it. Now whether it's sustainable in the long-term future, like I said, certain pockets have gone beyond affordability. Mumbai, to be honest, was never affordable. Mumbai was always an expensive tier 1 city. So if you see, there will be two types of buyers. One, looking at this thing, which is spending extra money for these immediate access things with the luxury aspects and the views. And the other one is, they're okay to move out and get into a better ecological system.
Absolutely. Now, what you're talking about is ultra luxury, right? But sustainability, Mr. Dangi, should be for everybody. Every building that we build in Mumbai should be sustainable. So from a policy point of view, what are the current policies that are supporting that? And what is it that the government can do more to make sure that sustainability is not just for ultra luxury properties, but it's for social housing. It's for everybody who wants to live sustainably.
Absolutely. I think most of us will agree this sustainability in ultra luxury has more become a premium addition to the pricing. If you look at most of the sustainability elements that we see are added to these ultra luxury projects are more of a cosmetic things. Sustainability is not only about making sure that we put a lot of air purifiers and give them a clean air. Sustainability is, right, as my co-panelist said, right from designing. Are we using less, light, electricity or energy for light? Are we using less energy for air conditioning? For example, transport-oriented development. Most of the development that's happening in Mumbai city, like Mumbai today, is a redevelopment. So imagine there were 200 apartments there earlier, and now we will have 300 apartments in the same place. The amount of pressure we are putting on infrastructure, whether it is usage of water. So how much amount of water are these buildings saving or making sure that goes back to a ground? Sustainability is not only about putting a STP and cleaning your water. Are we putting enough water back to the soil? Because we are taking out the water from the groundwater source. So similarly, energy, how much energy efficient and self-sustainable in terms of energy usage these buildings are. So as Ms. Mala mentioned, certification has put that element into the policy, and therefore a lot of developers are coming up positively to certify this building. To at least the whole process has started. Designs have been, the thought process has started. Even for the sake of getting a green certification, people have started moving that direction. And therefore, I think that's a very positive step to happen. What more can be done in terms of government policies? Government will definitely have to. Say, for example, cities like Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, Bangalore has a huge element of waste disposal. And irony is, for example, in most of these cities, there are CBG plants, compressed biogas plants, where this municipal solid waste or a sewage waste becomes a feedstock to create, produce gas. And none of these plants are running at a full capacity because they are not getting the waste. And we are producing waste which we are not able to manage. So there is some kind of a gap in this. So a lot of policy elements can come in, like for example, in most of the new projects, buildings, STPs are part of the design. Can there be, for example, waste management and gas generation be part of that whole design? Can segregation at source happen? Because globally, wherever waste management has been successful, it has been only because of the segregation at source. And then that becomes a cycle, that waste is managed, segregated at source, that same waste is used to produce gas. For example, Stockholm runs entire its public transport fleet on the gas generated from the sewage of the city. Can that be more sustainable? Can that be a model of sustainable? So therefore, whether it is transport oriented planning, so for example, last mile connectivity is adding to so much of pollution into the city, because Mumbai always had a very strong public transport in terms of Mumbai locals, but the last mile connectivity is adding a lot of pressure to this, private vehicles or, auto rickshaws or bus, which adds to the whole pollution. So for example, London came up with a model that they have a vision that they want to produce, they want to ensure that every citizen of London gets a public transport within 500 meters of his residence, so that he can walk 500 meters and take the public transport. So last mile connectivity doesn't become an issue. So the whole usage of public transport increases. Because tomorrow, as somebody was saying in the earlier panel discussion, tomorrow we convert all of our vehicles to electric vehicles, will not solve our energy problem, will not solve our congestion problem, will not solve our dependence on the thermal energy for that matter. So can we look at sustainability from the complete holistic perspective? We may not be able to do everything at this juncture, but government policies will have to kind of fit in, so that there can be a roadmap of 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. We begin with, say for example, our construction practices. Can our 30%, 40% construction can happen in factories and come as a precast? That will not only, see, because somebody was mentioning sustainability also adds a lot of cost to the whole projects. Can we be more efficient in our construction practices by using precast, more greener and sustainable materials, so that our construction cost also goes down? So, lot of such kind of, lot of research on that part, lot of policy interventions, lot of certification processes will have to be evolved to make it complete holistic green approach in our thought process.
Absolutely. Now, one of the things that we are working towards, Dr. Singh, is net zero. Now, give us a bit of an idea about how the IGBC is evolving its standards to support those goals, and what are the benchmarks that are being set for green buildings to actually move into low carbon?
Yeah, thank you. First I would like to just add one point before I answer. IGBC has a framework of 32 rating system, 32 standards, which is so inclusive that it is, you can do it for your residential project, commercial project, if it is a hotel, if it is a healthcare, even infrastructure projects, your warehouse, logistics, like even a factory, and even the affordable homes. So rating system also propagates the affordability and sustainability. So that is also in place. And apart from that, when you talk about the net zero aspirations of any organization or anybody wants to achieve, let me tell you this. First, if you have a strong green foundations, okay, in terms of, and you understand all the sustainability attributes and look into all those rating programs, IGBC has come up with the 4 standards, which is net zero energy, net zero water, net zero waste, and net zero carbon. And the best part is now builders from the real estate market, they're also adopting the net zero rating system also. And there are more than 100 projects who are already adopting such rating in India. And apart from that, I would like to add here the entire this green momentum from the past decades, why this is increasing, and getting more influence. The reason is from the ESG interventions. We have, BRSR mandate in India for the 1,000 listed companies. And apart from that, every corporate they have some set of net zero targets and commitments which are in line with our government agenda also. Right. Because our Prime Minister has already launched Panchamrits, which are 5 commitments to reduce the carbon intensity and to increase the renewable energy capacity, where 50% we have already achieved. So this is what these rating programs are in line with your SDG goals also, and they are also helping to achieve the objectives and I will say aspirations of the companies and institutions to achieve their net zero goals.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sarika, I just wanted to bring you in very, very quickly on this one. So what design philosophies can architects really adopt to ensure that we reach that net zero goal of ours, not just in residential real estate, but also in commercial real estate?
I'd like to answer it for commercial because commercial is the one, given the city of Bombay or anywhere, the urban context of commercial is the maximum guzzler of energy. So coming to net zero and so we're doing office buildings which if we measure may reach a net zero, but of course it's not kind of getting, it's implemented in that manner, and the difference is that it all comes into circularity, right? Now, when it comes to, it's not just the space that you're giving, it's the psyche of the space inside that commercial building that you're sustaining through. There was a building that we actually designed in Geneva, which was for the United Nations, and it was completely a timber building. Now, sitting in that temperate climate, what was very important was it was for the International Organization of Migration. Now, this is a space where you are dealing with issues at ground in war-hit zones. And when you're looking at a building like this, what do you want out of this building? You want this building with people who are facilitating war-hit issues at the ground level to be able to live in a space which is really calm. Now, I'll give you that example from a net zero, which was completely, there was an existing building there, which was demolished, and we used that material to reconstruct the core of the building by actually using hemp, which is a biomaterial, and created hempcrete as actually the whole core of the building. And the building is completely a timber structural system with the kind of glazing that you don't kind of put it on the face of it, but you actually bring in urban farming as one of the aspects on how you change the mood of the people and the psyche of the people who are going through facilitating really difficult situations. What's net zero over here is that I'm giving a space where human psyche to come into a space, go out of the space, really happy and joyful. That's sustainable. How do we sustain our human emotions is that a space enables that for you. It allows you for social connections with just a single person, with yourself, whether you're kind of working with the soil and doing that urban farming aspect, or whether it is a larger group of people that you're working with. And the circularity was everything, you know, right from ensuring that the kind of air conditioning we did for a building was not air conditioning, it was heating in that case because it was a climate which needed heating with geothermal and with radiant cooling. So there are technologies which support that, but I'm saying in the context of India and Bombay, how much are we looking at non-glass boxed buildings as commercial buildings? Are there different ways of looking at it? Of course, there are different ways of looking at it. It's just the shift in the way a developer looks and a private client looks. And there's a difference because when a developer looks at it, it's actually for a lot of other people who come in. While when a private client looks at it, they have it for their 500 employees looked at a very different scale. So though design can do this, I think there is a shift that's required overall in the way you look at the way psyche of human beings inside a space and who is it for. Absolutely. That matters.
Now, Mr. Shah, if I could come to you on this one. Sarika talked about two things. One was green materials for building, and the other, of course, is what we've been talking about, net zero. Now, how do developers like you move towards that in terms of both green materials and also perhaps moving towards a net zero portfolio as far as your constructions are concerned?
There are a lot of materials which we've added recently. Looking at environment perspective, what we've done is, apart from the inside of the house, a lot of other places we've started to use porcelain, which is, you know, like you're not mining, excavating. And we're also taking it from factories who've adapted green approaches at the source as well. Secondly, regarding the materials that we're using on the facade, what we've done is we've tried to use a lot of sound insulation and heat insulation, which is making less consumption of electricity, especially during the daytime. See, Mumbai is a humid climate, especially when you're staying near the coastal, anywhere around the ocean, you tend to have a little more humidity. So people tend to switch on the AC, especially during the summers. So the consumption will always be higher in Mumbai city compared to the colder cities like Delhi, Bangalore, etc. But what we have tried to do is adapt to larger windows as much as possible, reduce the number of dead walls on the building and make it more glass, openable glass. We do not believe in the packed boxes like ma'am just said regarding, like how open are you towards commercial buildings opening up. People typically see office as a glass box, air conditioned whole day. I have seen a lot of residential buildings also moving towards that, which is actually not good for your health also and for the overall sustainability factor. Secondly, what we've added is right from the paint that we use, which is low emission paint, which does not impact the environment, to the porcelain, organic waste composers, your solar heaters, your solar plants, even on the vertical building. We've just applied, in fact, for IGBC certification. We are trying to target the world's tallest residential tower in Mumbai to get, hoping to get a platinum certification for that. But the kind of things which we've adapted to get that, it's not just for a marketing gimmick, it's mainly to create a role model so that even others can adapt to that. So the glass, the way we've selected, the railing that we've selected, the heat insulation, aluminium cladding that we've selected, in fact, to the pressure of the water that will come inside your house is also controlled.
Right. So obviously it's very clear that sustainability requires a lot of work from all of you and from all of us, but it was a pleasure talking to all of you. This is a topic that we can talk about ad nauseum, but for the paucity of time, thank you very much all of you for joining us. Well, in fact, with that, we wrap up our pre-lunch conversations. It's now time to recharge over lunch. The dining area is ready, and we look forward to having all of you back here right after for another exciting lineup of sessions.
Hello, 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 hello. Okay. Hello, hello, hello.
I'm sure you've all had a great lunch. It's just time to reconvene now, so we'd request all of you to come inside so we can restart the post-lunch sessions. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, I can. Welcome back. You are with us on NDTV on our special edition for Mumbai of our real estate conclave. I hope you've all been re-energized after that lunch. So we begin our post-lunch session with our next session that looks at one of the most defining questions on India's development story. How do we build cities that are ready for the next 100 million Indians? Now, as India urbanizes at an unprecedented speed, the challenge is not just to expand infrastructure, but also to create cities that are inclusive, efficient, and future-ready. From regulatory reforms to transit-oriented planning and climate resilience, the conversation charts the blueprint for India's next generation urban transformation. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished speaker, Gautam Chatterjee, in conversation with our moderator, Vikram Oza.
Here's your mic, sir. It's always good to talk about the future of Mumbai, and here we are doing just that. Now, in the next couple of decades, we're going to expect about 100 million more people coming into the city. Urbanization is a part of any developing economy, and that's true about India and certainly true about Mumbai, where this entire culture towards urbanization is seen up close and very personal. We see the kind of congestion issues, we talk about it ad nauseum, but now, looking ahead, how are we going to tackle it? Considering the problems that we do, and Mr. Chatterjee is here, and it's great to have him here to be able to discuss, because he has really set the tone, as it were, when it comes to the working of RERA in Maharashtra. Here we are talking about the future of Mumbai. When you specifically, Mr. Chatterjee, it's great to have you on NDTV. Do begin by telling us about the current scenario that we have. How future ready are we as a city for the kind of influx of people that we are likely to have in the next 2 decades?
India's cities are the lifeline of its economy.
One sec, sir. We're just changing your mic. There, this one.
India's cities are the lifeline of its economy. 70% of the GDP comes from India's cities. And as you rightly said that the current urban population of the country, which is about 55 crores, over the next decade will certainly go up by another 10 crores, 100 million. So are we readying ourselves to welcome these 100 million people who will be moving into the cities, or the natural expansion of the cities that will happen? If I also take you through some more statistics, the only census we have today is of the 2011 census, which showed that about 2 crore is the housing shortage, and which also included people living in the slums. We also have another very figure which we need to actually take very serious note of, is that what is the extent of dilapidation in the cities that is happening. So cities are growing old, buildings are getting dilapidated. So we'll have to also look at how do we deal with them. So these are the issues, and certainly if we say that we are aware that this 100 million is going to get added to our urban population, we need to do things. And I think we need to do things, and I'll put it in 4 levels. One, of course, are we legally prepared for that? Is the legal framework to deal with this accretion that is going to happen is in place or not? Is the governance structure that we have is adequate or not? Policies and procedures that are presently there, it is there in place or not? And do we have adequate bandwidth to take into account the new technologies, the appropriate technology which should also come into governance? So good urban governance, proper infrastructure and housing, and also cities to become more efficient and financially autonomous to deal with this. I would put it in this 4 categories.
You started out by talking about housing. Now, housing is such an important need, is such a basic need that we are talking about, and you're talking about us running really behind on being able to provide for the influx in a couple of decades. What do we need to do to be able to correct it? Because there is rental housing, which I don't know if it is planned to come under RERA, but looking at the need, as it were, for the kind of housing that is getting developed today, how important a piece is that going to be?
No, you have raised a very important point. You see, Mumbai has over 50% of the population staying in informal settlements, what we call slums. And that is true for all other cities also. May not be 50%, but good 20 to 30% of the population residing in tier 2, tier 3 cities are staying in informal settlements. And a large portion of these people who are staying in informal settlements are staying in rental housing. But then unfortunately, why I said that we need to go back into the legal framework, is it adequately is dealing with the problem that we have at hand.
So you need to explain to us the legal framework.
The legal framework is that 8 years back we brought in RERA. Now it brought in a paradigm shift into the sector. But then it dealt with only one aspect of the real estate sector, which deals with ownership housing.
Yes.
When a buyer has to buy a house to own it, then only it will come under the ambit of the regulator. However, it is not that ownership housing is the only housing in which a person moving into the city is going to stay.
True.
Rental housing is one aspect that has been totally neglected. After the COVID, we found that there are people who moved away from the slums and they were all staying in rental housing.
Yes.
So especially for the vulnerable population and even for others who move into the city, he is not immediately aspiring to own a house. He will have to first find a space, stay there. If he likes the city, he might actually go on to own a house there also. So rental housing and a proper regulatory framework like RERA, which is regulating the ownership housing, I think has to be put in place.
Right.
A model tenancy act was brought in few years back, but nothing much has happened on that.
Right.
So I feel rental housing, both at the retail level, where you encourage people to actually have houses which can be rented out, and also at a wholesale level where in fact you bring up colonies which are rental housing colonies which are properly managed, is one aspect that has to be brought through proper regulatory and statutory changes.
So a lot has changed, but a lot needs to be changed when it comes to housing in the city. The kind of regulations that exist at the moment, what we had before the regulations came in, it was chaotic to say the least. A lot of people complained about it, and which is why you had a regulation like RERA coming into full force. Now at the stage at which we are, the need is going to be that much more to regulate. How are we going to course correct? Because Mumbai is a small city. The kind of redevelopments that need to take place, the nature of them and the scale of them, all of those need to change quite drastically. What is the need over there within our regulatory framework to generate that kind of housing that we will need in the future?
Unfortunately, as I mentioned, rental housing not included in the RERA
That's
framework. Redevelopment is also not included in the RERA
That's
framework.
true.
So essentially, as cities grow old, they will need to actually do urban renewal and revitalization of the city. And Mumbai, in a big way, it is happening. But then there is no regulatory framework for that. You have maybe today 5 to 10,000 such projects which are initiated, maybe in the slum redevelopment area, or maybe in society redevelopment or cessed buildings redevelopment, as we say, for the MADA buildings, which have started at some point of time and are unfinished and are stalled. Now, a regulator would have pushed these projects towards completion, as is happening in RERA.
Right.
In RERA, you have information asymmetry is a thing of the past. You have trust coming in. A buyer trusts his developer today, and time stipulation, buildings are getting completed in time. That is what you require. If that is happening in the last years, the 8 years we have seen it has happened, I think for rental and redevelopment also that needs to be done, and that is going to accommodate a whole lot of people coming into the new city, in the cities.
But what about the role of the municipality?
Yeah.
Municipalities all across the country, but especially in Mumbai, we talk about it being the richest, but in terms of its powers to not just manage the city, to do town planning in a way that can address the needs of the future.
Yes. So
how does the municipality need to work differently?
Absolutely right. So town planning, as soon as we talk about town planning, it again takes us back to what is the legal framework. We have state-specific, what are called as the Town Planning Acts. For Mumbai, for Maharashtra, we have the Maharashtra Regional and Town Planning Act. Similar acts are there across the country for all other states. Now, they talk about how a planning has to be done. Now, there are tremendous amount of delay in the way we actually do the master plan. They are very antiquated the way the planning is done, and the implementation is even poorer. Hardly 10 to 20% of these master plan and development plan get implemented. Now here there is a huge role of the state government interference in the way these plans will have to be done. I have a feeling that we need to look at these town planning acts and the municipal act that is there, the Mumbai Municipal Corporation Act of 1888, and we need to bring out an act which gives adequate power to the municipal body to do the planning. They are the body there as per the constitutional amendment. They are the third level of government, third tier of government, and they have to be adequately given power to do planning and implementation also. So administrative powers that need to be given, financial powers that need to be given so that they become little financially autonomous. All these things are important for these city governments to then become and to show us good urban governance. So I have a feeling that acts will have to be looked into and the governance structures will have to be looked into to see how these city governments become more effective.
So being effective at this stage is also about doing some sort of course correction for the kind of redevelopment that has taken place. You find very narrow lanes where if there is, God forbid, a fire situation, for a fire brigade to get into some of those tiny lanes where huge skyscrapers have come up is going to be next to impossible. How are we going to be able to course correct on those counts? And how are we going to be able to ensure that future town planning is going to have all of these factors baked in?
No, the present procedure and policy does allow for a single plot redevelopment, and also it says that if a cluster comes together, an area-based approach is taken, then higher incentives will be given. Unfortunately, that is not taken up by the people in a big way because the density in these clusters are so heavy and the heterogeneity among the community is such that it's very difficult for any developer or any person coming forward to bring all of them together. But I still feel that if we are able to convince the community staying there that if you want better infrastructure, then there is no option but to combine plots and bring them under a cluster redevelopment so that the infrastructure also improves. Now that would require tremendous amount of citizen engagement, which unfortunately doesn't happen. The developer is in a hurry to go ahead and do it, and he is not able to bring people together. Civil society organization groups are not brought into this exercise. So I have a feeling that if that happens, if citizen engagement is done and they are told the benefits of a cluster development, that's going to take care of the problems that you are saying, narrow lanes and the fire brigade not able to reach the accident spot. That can be taken care of.
But densities being high is our current scenario. And we are talking about a scenario where densities are going to get even higher.
That's right.
In a city like Mumbai. So how are we going to address that situation? We are talking about infrastructure getting built. But does that also mean that development is going to happen along the lines of how our infrastructure comes up in times to come? Because there is the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link. All of these connectivities are being built, but are they being built in a way that is going to address the density issue that Mumbai has faced over a long period?
No, density issue has to be taken and seen very seriously, whether it is sustainable or not, whether the carrying capacity of the city is being breached or not. Certainly that has to be seen. And I'm sure the planners would actually go into that. And it has a direct relationship with whether the infrastructure is going to, will be able to be, will cater to all the people who will stay in those areas. So that, of course, the floor space index that we allocate for these densification of the redevelopment projects will certainly be an area that has to be looked into. But then I think if you plan for the infrastructure and if you have cluster-based approach or area development approach, that is possible to be dealt with. Of course, whatever is not possible there will have to be moved to other areas, and they have to be connected through mass transit with last mile connectivity so that at least life becomes easier for people.
But Mr. Chatterjee, what tends to happen is as infrastructure gets built in a city, not just in Mumbai but anywhere, it seems like the kind of housing projects follow. And then what happens with housing projects, like we've seen around the Navi Mumbai airport as well, then you see those land prices really shoot up. The kind of acquisition cost for a property in an area where you're going to have a huge development, that opportunity is lost. So affordable housing sometimes is lost where you're trying to push the population away from the central zones. Is that an opportunity missed, something that we can do better?
No, for affordable housing, I think the state will have to play a role. It cannot be sort of outsourced to the private sector. The private sector will not be catering to the affordable. We can actually think about affordable housing in partnership, all right. However, I think in these areas where big infrastructure is coming up and the housing will follow, there is need also for the state to play a role there. And in fact, I was trying to also take you to that. The large infrastructure projects in Gujarat, through the Town Planning Act, has been able to aggregate land, consolidate land, and at the same time not upfront pay the money for land acquisition under the Land Acquisition Act of 2013, where you require huge amounts of money. The state will have to intervene to acquire property so that they can also construct affordable housing.
Can you explain that? How does that work in Gujarat? That's something that we can
works.
adopt?
In fact, there has not been much sort of criticism on that. I believe that it is quite transparent and equitable in nature. If I own the land and near my land or my land is going away in a infrastructure project, be a large highway or anything like that, then in fact, through a very transparent process, I am allocated a percentage of the land that goes away in an area where I perceive that the land value will go up in such a manner that I will get more return of the reduced amount of land that is being given to me. Now, by which about 60-70% of the land is vested with the authority which is building the infrastructure, and the balance 30-40% at the same location or at a different location is allocated.
Right.
Now, it is speculative in nature, no doubt.
It is.
But then if it is done in a very transparent and fair manner,
which you
then I
say
think
has been done.
It has happened, and it has happened through the provisions of the Town Planning Act.
Right.
So I was also taking you to, when I said the legal framework, I have a feeling the legal framework across the country, the state-specific town planning acts, should incorporate this, so that at least the state is a major player. Wherever infrastructure has happened, the state only does not allocate the housing part to the private sector. It also remains there in order to see that the vulnerable population is taken care of. Otherwise, you will end up in again having slums there.
So that's the risk. When you talk about transport and mobility in a city that is growing, you have transport options, and those are growing. We've seen the metro and how it is perhaps changing life, not exponentially, but incrementally at this time. What do you think is going to help us decide the way we need to plan our mobility for the future?
No, mobility, certainly this mass transit of metro systems and also suburban railways, these are very important steps towards that. However, what I find missing is the last mile connectivity in all these systems. The Aqua line, it is in fact, most of the stations we find there are people who are using it. But if you go to that RA station, you will find that from there, it's a station nowhere. Or maybe the BKC station, one station catering to the whole of BKC. Now, I thought that as soon as you get out of the metro, you should be able to walk to your destination. If it is more than 500 meters, then you should have a public transport available which takes you to your destination, which is close by.
Right.
Now, this should be planned right in the upfront, right in the beginning. So, as soon as the metro station starts, you also have that other thing in place. So, last mile connectivity would be something which will certainly help people who could not find, because of excess densification or excess price, could not find a place to stay in the heart of the city. And if he has to travel long distances, he should be able to go to his home or his workplace in an easier manner.
So which is what town planning is also about. Someone else earlier today was talking about how in London, the tube station is accessible 500 meters. So you are able to walk that distance, and that's a part of your exercise and your lifestyle, so that you're able to go across much more easily, travel across the city that much more comfortably.
And the city has to become walkable also. London is a walkable city. Here, the footpaths are not available for you to walk.
How are we going to have that, sir?
No,
because it's not like
enforcement. That is enforcement. That should be possible for the government. Government needs to do that. If you have the traffic people there, the traffic police there, there are RTOs there, and still you have that things which are meant for a particular purpose, and it is meant for a pedestrian to walk there, and it's not available to you, then you need to actually do it. And that's where comes the citizens becoming more vocal, citizens becoming engaged in this, that this is their right and they must get it. I'm sure that is going to happen.
Now we have technology changing a lot of things. So when you talk about digital services and, sometimes we are going across to government offices to get our work done, all of that, if it is going to change in a way that we can do it on our mobile phones in times to come, it could change the way we work, the way we travel. How much of that is getting worked on? Because like we've been discussing, the possibility even exists today. The pickup needs to be that much more.
You are absolutely right. It's happening, but it is not happening at the same pace as we are urbanizing. So the issue, like for example, only a few days back, we found that digitization of property records, or the property records also becoming sort of real-time updated for the mutations that have happened or the transactions that have happened. Now, these are certain things which are so simple to implement, but it is taking enormous amount of time.
Why do you think it's taking that much time?
I think proper advocacy is not being done. You people are not doing your job to tell the government that this is simple and you need to do it. That's one. Then, digital delivery. So delivery of services at the... I'll give you my personal example in RERA. In Maharera, when we started this whole process, and I was told that we need to do everything on a digital platform. And we ensured that people should not have to travel and visit the office. So, in fact, when I went to Interior Maharashtra, there were people who said, oh, acha, you are the chairman, I have never been to your office. Because the registration process and all other processes were totally digitized. And they used to get their registration certificates home, a digitally signed copy. Similarly, for complaints redressal also, they were happening online. So, what I am saying is, lot of services people have to avail of in a city from the municipal body. I don't think it is very difficult by which we should be able to give all these services digitally. And people should not have to visit the offices for getting their job done. And that requires that the elected representatives also are told that these are the things that we need to do if we are planning for the next 10 years. I'll give you one example. In fact, very recently, there's a very good body, civil society organization, Praja Foundation. Mm-hmm. They have decided that they will, now that the elections are due in all the municipal bodies and the people will be in place in January, February, they have planned that they will create an army of 1,500 such young leaders who are getting elected as elected representatives in these municipal bodies, who will, over a period of 1 year's structured training program, a hybrid course of online and also physical, will be told these various aspects of governance so that we are able to build capacities in them. Because capacity building is another great sort of thing that is lacking, not only in the bureaucracy in the city government, but also among the city legislators, the city elected representatives. So if we are able to tackle this problem, if you are able to tell citizens that they need to be more engaged in what is happening, and also the bureaucracy, city capacity building, I think that will lead to good governance, and that is going to prepare us for the 10 million, 100 million.
So a huge amount of capacity building needs to happen, and like Mr. Chatterjee is pointing out, there are all these aspects, whether it's to do with housing or with transport. We have a lot of aspects to work on, all of which requires a legal framework, which also needs to be generated. Yes. You need the municipality to be that much more proactive and take that much more of a role in town planning and not just management. So those are the initial thoughts, and I am saying initial because we are at that nascent stage. Are we ready for the next bout of people who are entering Mumbai, making the most of the city of dreams? Now that's something we have to question ourselves and work towards. Mr. Chatterjee, such a pleasure having you with us.
And we are talking about that with this seriousness.
Yes.
And we are preparing for the next decade. I'm sure people who have to take note of this will take note of this and will work towards this. Let's work towards this.
That's the whole point of having a forum like this, the kind of discussions that we are having on real estate. This is the Mumbai chapter that we are currently pursuing at NDTV, and we look forward to more debate and discussion over this. But thank you for being a great audience, Mr. Chatterjee. Thank you for being with us. Such an honor. A photograph, sir.
Well, after that very engaging conversation, it's now time to move on to another conversation that is going to be exploring the changing language of luxury in Mumbai, a city where aspiration is constantly being redefined. Now, the new code of luxury looks at how the benchmark has shifted from pure opulence to experience, convenience, and curated living. Integrated developments, long perfected by leaders like DLF, are now emerging as the next big wave for Mumbai's constrained but ambitious landscape. Now, to decode what the future of integrated living truly looks like, please join me in welcoming Akash Ori, the Joint Managing Director of DLF, in conversation with Nisha Poddar.
Thank you so much for traveling all the way to Mumbai and joining us in this conversation. Now, there's an obsession right now in the real estate space, in the living space in the country, and that we talk about the premiumized luxury living, which everybody wants to experience, and that's the aspirational India really wants. And that is something that the developers like yourself are really catering to. Now, Mr. Ori, I want to begin with first your description on, as an experienced developer for several decades, how do you define luxury living and luxury housing?
Well, first, thank you for having me on the show. Mumbai has been very kind to us, so it's a pleasure coming back here. First, I think luxury is defined differently across product categories. If you look at the fashion industry, you know, the labels, you kind of wear them, and that's how they're looked at, and that's how people relate to them. And various industries have their own connotations of luxury. In the real estate business, luxury is more experiential.
Yes.
That's what we feel. That's what DLF has done since about 80 years of its existence. So every time you kind of gotten better with what the expectations are. And if you listen to your customer, they'll tell you what they want. And the customers today have seen it all. They have seen resort living in let's say in Miami. They've seen it elsewhere in the world. And today they want the best. So they drive you. DLF, we continue to strive to do, to learn, to bring the best practices and products of the world to India. We believe that today the customer is very discerning, very knowledgeable, and therefore for us, luxury just doesn't mean to fly in probably the best marble from Italy or Greece, but it also requires maintaining that literally for the rest of our lives. You know, so I think what has happened today, and especially after COVID, the people, you know, believe that life is finite, and they want the best, and they are today ready to indulge. They do not want to compromise. Homes earlier were homes, you know, and they were looked at maybe 4 walls, and bedrooms and everything else. But today, I think people want everything that they see, they experience in probably best hotels, and they want it here. So luxury in real estate is very, very experiential. And it's just not only about the product.
So how will you differentiate between convenience and posh and luxury? A large part of basic convenience which was not otherwise available is now being reincarnated also as luxury, do you think?
So convenience of time, for example, today with the hectic lives that everybody leads, and both the husband and wife work. Now, who do you expect is going to do the house chores? So, I think just the luxury of having everything at your doorstep and at your beck and call is luxury. But again, easier said than done. When I say this with caution, that when as developers we commit to a certain amount of service, that is something that the customer believes in and endorses. And that is what they pay for. And it becomes our duty to make sure that we to deliver on those promises. So when you talk about these things, I think integrated living, you've got concepts like concierge, you've got obviously the clubs, but everything has to be functional. Not only functional, but you need to create, when you talk about luxury, unfortunately the term is not used in its true sense because promises are made, but I think what is very critical is that if you deliver on what these services are going to be, I think it's going to be quite transformational. It is already driving the industry to that. People and your consumers are used to doing that. In fact, the biggest compliment that we get in DLF, recently a couple that was staying in Four Seasons in Dubai, and they had a 4-day booking. After the second day, they said, let's go back to our Four Seasons in DLF Camellias. I think that is something that really encourages you and drives you to the next level. And that you're obviously doing something right. But it takes that daily rigor, daily commitment to continue to make sure that you deliver on those promises.
I think you touched upon a very interesting point, Mr. Ori, because when I first saw the advent of luxury apartments in Mumbai, I said, where do these people go for a vacation then? So that is what we brought home with the luxury apartments. But you had a great launch in Mumbai. You re-entered the Mumbai market after several years. West Park sold off in 5 days. What has been your experience of Mumbai's luxury market?
What I learned in Mumbai, that with the historical constraints and the constraints on space that I saw earlier, and I think what we brought to Mumbai was the DLF way of living and the lifestyle. And it's just a very basic way. I mean, the only contrast to what right now suddenly everybody talks about it is that, fine, if you say, and when I saw developments here, we've got balconies in our condominium, and the customer says that's luxury. Yes. Our clubhouse, which is about 50,000 square feet, and we've known to do phenomenal work with our services because we have a hospitality team run by a very efficient and experienced CEO. All his job every day is to get that service better than what he did yesterday to and for our customers. So I think that has been luxury for the Mumbai customers that I interacted with. Yes. So I'd say uniform design, that's what we're known for. Integrated services, a centralized facility management system. So the core of luxury in the real estate, as I repeat, is the experience of living in their homes. And what better if you can make that experience seamless, if you can make that pleasurable. I'll give you a small example. So we have in our condominiums, we have a full operational clubs and catering and food and beverage. We have a service which caters to the apartments. which is an in-house service. So if you and your partner are working and you have a dinner at home, what we do in DLF is all you do is you call your F&B manager. Your cutlery, crockery, your event, the choice of cuisine, everything is taken care of. You literally walk into your own party. Now, when was the last time you enjoyed your own party? Now, is that not luxury? So, what I say is that fine. See, please don't take away from the real concept of design. You obviously, you create great living places. You have, good product that you deploy. You have great craftsmanship. That is 90% of the job done. The other 10% is the soft services. And that is what the customer is today actually putting money on. And they want that to happen because all our lives have become, we're just running around, it is quite hectic. Home is where I truly believe that it should rejuvenate you, it is something that should ground you.
Yes. So, very interesting point made by you. The very fact that customer is ready to pay an extra amount for the convenience of certain services, and from trained service people, that I would like to add, having used these services where you may be able to throw money but you don't get the same service which a branded service provider will provide. So that convenience, that the service will be top class even though you're paying a high price for it, is what the customers are really paying for. So that, along with the maintenance charge, you think now the customers and the home buyers are okay with paying a huge amount and investing a huge amount in that for certain conveniences for themselves?
That's a very relative term. So again, I will speak for DLF. We've kept our maintenance charges at very minimal levels. There is nothing that DLF takes out from there. For us, it's technically a service. We make sure that because of the economies of scale and because of our experience, we bring in the best and we pass it on to our customers.
Right.
But to answer your question, the customer actually puts in money for their peace of mind, for their joy. Now, if you call that indulgence, so be it. I think it is a necessity. I think once you go through a DLF way of living and a lifestyle that we deliver, it's difficult for you to adjust anywhere. I think a lot of our energy goes in planning the product, the execution of the product, the delivery of the product, and the post service. And since this is a televised event, I don't claim to be a Six Sigma company. We have enough complaints. We deal with them on a daily basis. But one thing about this company is that we don't show our back to our customers.
Right. So having a stronghold in NCR, in Delhi, Gurgaon, and then re-entering Mumbai, what is the critical difference that you find in both these markets?
Well, if you honestly ask me, I find the Mumbai real estate market extremely organized. The discipline of the customers, the brokers, the channel partners. It's been a pleasure to kind of interact with people. The only thing that I say is that probably the expectations of the customers over the years, have been pretty or have been made to be modest. So when DLF came in and we've just come in with what we deliver. A lot of people are saying we're disruptors. A lot of people are saying we've done this. I think we just do what we've done. Everywhere. So, but what we brought in, the customers have liked, thankfully. They've kind of now dream in living in those homes. So I think that has been the game changer, if I can call it. And with regard to what Mumbai does, yes, Mumbai has done kind of real estate historically and has delivered. It's one of the most I'd say developed or developing real estate markets that I've seen in the country, the most paying also. But I think as far as the services are concerned, or as far as the product is concerned, with whatever constraints that there may have been, is what I have seen. And therefore, again, I go back to that point, when most of our conversations during our launch was around our 50,000 square feet of that clubhouse. And the basic questions the customers would ask was, will you deliver this? Will the pool be of this size? Will we have this salon? Will this restaurant work?
Yes.
So again, as I say to you, luxury means differently to different people.
Right. So now, Mr. Ori, we have been in a state of luxury residential apartment for now almost a decade. In the last few years, a lot more prevalent, but the first ones really came in some time back. And now we are seeing a lot more development in this particular category. According to you, looking at the customer behavior and aspiration and requirement, how is the expectation and the requirement really transforming in the luxury space?
So the customers, I feel luxury is, as far as the real estate luxury space is concerned, the customers get very emotionally attached. It is not about the labels, it is not about the flamboyance, it is actually the basic necessities which kind of have transformed into at a certain level of service. So that is what the customer today looks at. I mean, I'd say, is the apartment serviced? Now, what good will be an apartment be? You can have a branded residence, but if the plumber who's called comes after 5 hours, what good will that brand do? So the flim-flam of luxury, the customers today will give you marks on how the system works. They are attached to what it is. It is something that that they enjoy. They're living in. It is something that they demand. And I think with all the services taken care of,
yes,
security being one, which is today one of the most important aspects of condominium
100%.
living. The other thing that integrated or condominium living does for you is the concept of live, work and play that DLF has worked on for so many years and delivered. So you are, every aspect of your staying in your own home is taken care of.
Yes.
I think that is something that people enjoy the most.
If I can add over there, a lot of people also would like an Insta-friendly lifestyle also, and that is an aspiration that a lot of Indians have towards this kind of a lifestyle. But you mentioned about the basic services like on-demand electrician, plumber, which most of the luxury apartments provide, concierge service, now a lot of them provide, the clubhouse, swimming pool and all these amenities, a lot of them provide. What next in this particular category which can premiumize, increase your margins as a business and also garner another pocket of customers in this space? What more innovation is coming up, if you can give us some sneak peek into it?
No, see, we continue to do R&D on a daily basis. As far as innovation is concerned, as I said, there are so many comparisons that you can draw. Recently, one of the airlines introduced a shower cubicle in their services.
Yeah.
Now, that became a talking point, So, as far as homes are concerned, there are so many things that you can do. As I said, services as basic as food and beverage catering in your apartment.
Yes.
Where who does that? The clubhouse itself are so extensive today. They've done so much study that, you talk about, let's say, spas. Now, can your spa be the best spa literally in the country? You know, can you compare it with the best services available? Can you, you know, your concepts of heated pool, concepts of, you know, one of our gyms has a live boxing ring. You know, so everything to do, so there are services, there are products, but how well do you deliver them and how deep do you go into servicing them is what is critical today. A customer today actually enjoys that part of it. You know, you've got so much that, you know, you can tick the boxes. You can say, oh, you know, we've got a pool, we've got yoga, we've got this. But what level of those services do you deliver is the differentiator.
The quality of service, the maintenance, the consistency, that also matters. After 5 years, it should all not drop. That I would say as a customer that we would definitely look at. But finally, Mr. Ori, one question, hand on heart, what is your real USP as a DLF, as a company which you consider is the main kicker for you to attract your audience and your customers?
The DLF lifestyle. What we do as a company, we go out our way to keep the customer centricity as the prime focus that drives us in design, in innovation, in execution, in service. And I think we do that not out of any compulsion, but I think it's in our DNA. You know, that is something that this company stands for.
Right.
And you know, we've got immense love. Let me also make this statement to you that today DLF has customers who are third generation.
Yes.
And if that's not an endorsement to the brand and to the services that you kind of bring in, it may be premium, it may be luxury. But I think that's where it is important. So today DLF is an aspirational product.
Yes.
It is an aspirational, you know, it's like in your life you want to own a Rolex, you want to own a Mercedes, and you want to live and own a DLF property. I think that's the biggest endorsement that we get from our customers, and it's a absolutely humbling experience.
Right, and we are happy to experience DLF DNA right here in Mumbai as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Ori, for your candid chat and so many aspects on a good living aspect that we are now experiencing and India is aspirational about. Thank you so much.
Many thanks, NDTV. Many thanks, Mumbai.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you, for that very engaging conversation. Let's now move on to our next fireside chat, and it's with someone who straddles the two worlds of cinema and real estate with equal ease. From screen to skyline explores how storytelling, aspiration, and design come together in shaping the new Mumbai lifestyle. As an actor, producer, and real estate investor, Jackie Bhagnani brings a uniquely cinematic lens to how homes are imagined, curated, and experienced. To take us inside the fusion of creativity and construction, please join me in welcoming Jackie Bhagnani. I can already see the crowd very energized. Jackie, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
I'm going to take a lot of this conversation in Hindi because our viewers in Hindi are wanting to listen to you as well. So let's begin, Jackie. आप कई साल एक अभिनेता रहे हैं और अब आप रियल एस्टेट सेगमेंट में भी काफ़ी काम कर रहे हैं. आपको क्या लगता है कि एक अभिनेता ने कितना प्रभाव डाला है आपकी इस नई जर्नी में?
देखिए, ये सबको पता है या नहीं है कि मेरे फैमिली ने 40 बिल्डिंगें बनाई हैं, बट
of course, the film side of our business has always been on the forefront. और एज एन एक्टर वो हमेशा प्रभाव तो करता ही है, बिकॉज जब आप एक एक्टर होते हो आपको क्रिएटिविटी और इमेजिनेशन को एकदम सुप्रीम पे ले जाना पड़ता है, एंड आई फील दैट रियली कम्स हैंडी when you are doing real estate also. I'm a huge fan of Mr. Ori. I think what they've achieved is amazing. And for me, I try to bring in, मैं जितना कोशिश कर सकता हूँ अपने एक्टिंग में जो मैं सीखा हूँ उसको मैं रियल एस्टेट में लाऊँ, बिकॉज आज स्पेशली इन अल्ट्रा लग्जरी सेक्टर अगर आप वो सर्विसेज दे रहे हैं और वो चीज़ें दे रहे हैं जहाँ पे लोगों को लगे कि यार ये मेरे लिए परफेक्ट होम डेस्टिनेशन है, सो पीपल आर विलिंग टू पे द प्राइस.
When we talk about film sets, right, उनमें एक जज्बात होता है, एक माहौल क्रिएट किया जाता है. आप उन दो चीज़ों को कितना लाते हैं अपने रियल एस्टेट बिजनेस में इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिज़ाइन, इन टर्म्स ऑफ द फैक्ट दैट हर एक घर एक कहानी कहता है. सो डू यू ब्रिंग दैट एस्पेक्ट इनटू इट?
सी फिलॉसफी तो दोनों की सेम है टू अ सर्टेन एक्सटेंट, बिकॉज जब आप फिल्में बनाते हो तो आपको ये सोचना पड़ता है कि क्या नया कर सकते हैं, क्या अलग कर सकते हैं. इतना इन्फ्लक्स ऑफ कंटेंट है, OTT पे है, माइक्रो ड्रामाज है, कैसे मेरी फिल्म या मेरे म्यूज़िक वीडियो अलग लगे, कैसे मेरे एक्टर्स अलग अलग लगे, कैसे चीज़ें अलग लगे. सो वो सेम प्रिंसिपल हम रियल एस्टेट में इम्प्लाई करते हैं. एंड like I said earlier, people are willing to pay the price if you give them the experience. And today I feel post pandemic people want to live rich rather than die rich, right? I've seen this big change. सबने मैंने देखा है कि सबको लगता है यार हमारे जो forefathers थे, parents थे, वो हमेशा बोलते थे बचाओ बचाओ बचाओ, right? But the younger generation feels कि यार अगर हमें वो प्राइस और वर्थ ऑफ प्राइस मिलता है तो वी वुड लव टू स्पेंड नाउ एंड enjoy that experience while we are alive. So whatever I've learned from cinema, I try my level best कि उसको मैं यहाँ पे include करूँ.
You've just entered the ultra luxury segment. You're doing something in Juhu, जो उस लाइन पे है. Tell me something कि जो लोग सपना देखते हैं कि हमारा घर ऐसा हो, are you adopting that into this ultra luxury segment, और आप किस तरह से उसको इसके अंदर ला रहे हैं?
So एक हमने चीज़ करी है as a real estate developer, that जो amenities और because it's a 1,000 square meter plot, अगर 1 एकड़ का 2 एकड़ का plot है, of course a lot can be done. So we've decided as a real estate developer कि हम 1 floor of FSI we will use to add amenities, because we feel that if we want to give that level of ultra luxury, plus I as a person I've lost 75 kgs, मैंने 75 किलो कम किया लाइफ में.
Excellent job.
तो मुझे पता है हेल्थ और वेलनेस की जो इम्पोर्टेंस है वो बहुत ज़्यादा है. मैं जब भी दिल्ली जाता हूँ मैं इनके लाइफ बॉक्सिंग को अच्छी तरीके से यूज़ करता हूँ. बट सो आई फील कि अगर एक इंसान के बिल्डिंग में अच्छा जिम हो, क्रायोथेरेपी हो, कॉन्ट्रास्ट थेरेपी हो, मेडिटेशन रूम हो, आई फील दैट्स अ मस्ट टुडे. And if you put all of that, then you can of course command the price.
So ultra luxury is perhaps 1% of the population. लेकिन बॉम्बे बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं, अपने सपनों को लेके आते हैं, और कई लोगों के लिए बम्बई
income tax is paid by 1%.
All right,
Complete
I agree with
tax.
that. But
and I'm starting off again. We took a 8-year gap in between. My father moved to London. तो I think वो 1% भी अगर मैंने decent market share कर लिया अगले 3-5 साल में, I'll be good.
No, I agree with that, but मैं आपसे कहना चाह रही थी that lakhs of people come to Bombay every day, और उनका एक सपना होता है कि घर बने, वो अपने घर में रह पाएँ, वो रेंटर्स ना हो, वो ओनर्स बने. आपको क्या लगता है कि हम उस सपने से जो लोग इस शहर में आते हैं वो दूर जा रहे हैं, और अगर वो दूर जा रहे हैं, what can we do to bring them closer to their dream?
ये बहुत सब्जेक्टिव क्वेश्चन है और उसका आंसर भी बहुत सब्जेक्टिव हो सकता है, बिकॉज देर आर सो मेनी सेक्टर्स विच आर बूमिंग एंड यू हैव सो मेनी सेक्टर्स वे you have 26-27-year-old billionaires and many of them. तो ये बहुत ही सब्जेक्टिव है, एंड आई थिंक the only way this can happen is if there are better schemes, better banking, schemes and so on and so forth. As developers, there's only so much one can do because, cost of acquisition, cost of construction is there. So, yeah.
So as a developer, आपका focus अभी एक ultra luxury segment की तरफ है.
Primarily, yes, at this point. But you can never say never.
Oh, absolutely. Now, you were talking about the ultra luxury sector, और उसमें आप बात कर रहे थे gyms, or Mr. Ori was also talking about swimming pools, and all of those have become a basic in a lot of buildings जो अब आ रही हैं मुंबई में. लेकिन Gen Z जो है, वो और भी चीज़ें चाहती है. What are those amenities, और वो किस तरह की flexibility और नई चीज़ें चाहते हैं जो आप अब एक you're being able to get into your new projects?
I'll give you a good reference point in film language, right? 2000 में एक एक्टर लॉन्च हुआ था, ऋतिक रोशन, राइट? उसके पहले there was never a norm कि आपको इस लेवल पे डांसिंग करना है, राइट? I think that's what has happened in real estate. Basic pool, basic gym तो you have to give. Above and beyond that, what Mr. Ori was saying is, what else can you give? Is there a live boxing thing? Is there a meditation room? Is there a contrast therapy? And how well are you servicing it, right? At delivery, though, of course, I can give the best. Have you put an interesting mechanism of maintenance where even after 5 years, जैसे आपने कहा कि वो service मुझे feel हो रहा है that अगर उस real estate product में resale है, तो जो नया आदमी आ रहा है 5 साल बाद, उसे भी लगना चाहिए मैं एक नई building में आ रहा हूँ.
Absolutely, as you're saying, we all want to now stay home and feel like we are in a resort, and a lot of buildings are being able to do that. लेकिन apart from that, आपको क्या लगता है कि जो फिल्मों को हम देखते हैं, how much does that influence what builders are doing? Because हर एक film set में सब कुछ perfect होता है, especially certain films that are produced by the top producers in Bombay, everything looks so pretty. So do you think कि आपकी philosophy as an actor and as the films that you produce, you also have a big production house, वो कितना impact करती है?
It goes, films are made out of imagination and out of inspiration, which आप real life में inspire हो सकते हो, and similarly in real life आप एक film देखते हो, film से आप inspire होते हो. So कभी हम I have 2 Jackies inside me, right? So kabhi the real estate guy picks up something from the films, because when you travel a lot, or production designer आपको एक set का design दिखाता है, आपको लगता है यार ये बहुत अच्छा है, ये तो मेरी lobby होनी चाहिए. So it depends on the day.
And what about the other side? When do you take your real estate side into films? क्या वो भी होता है कि आप काम कर रहे हैं और आपको एकदम से you think of a story idea, or you think that this is a character?
Many a times, because when you see buildings like Camellia, you feel यार ऐसा भी कुछ हो सकता है. When you want to show ultra luxury, someone who's ultra rich, you can show a building like that. So you always get inspired.
And the character then evolves from someone who's coming from that background, is it?
Always. But that of course, if the character allows that or no. Like we made this building called Pinnacle Dreams around 15 years back. It's a very interesting story, a little anecdote. When my dad came to Bombay, I was 4 years old, तो बच्चन साहब के घर के बाहर संडे को हम लोग वो जो सब खड़े रहते हैं कैंडी फ्लॉस लेके, और मेरी मॉम ने मेरे डैड को बोला था यार मुझे ना बच्चन साहब के घर पे लंच करना है और स्विट्ज़रलैंड जाना है. सो माय डैड सेड यार स्विट्ज़रलैंड तो मैं ले जाऊंगा, पैसे तो कमा लूँगा, बच्चन साहब के घर पे लंच इज़ टू फार फेच्ड. एंड ऑफ कोर्स देन ही बिकेम अ बिग प्रोड्यूसर एंड ही मेड बड़े मियाँ छोटे मियाँ. एंड उनके सामने उन्हें एक प्लॉट मिला एक बिल्डिंग बनाने का, वन ऑफ द फर्स्ट लग्जरी टावर्स इन जुहू. And he called it Pinnacle Dreams because it was a dream come true for a family who came from nowhere and built this. So yeah, luxury is the only thing I've seen while growing up, and I hope I can do a good job in the coming future.
Absolutely. You must understand celebrity branding very well, right? क्योंकि आप एक celebrity हैं और
I would like to believe that.
और आप एक brand भी हैं. क्या जब आप एक रेजिडेंशियल प्रोजेक्ट लॉन्च करते हैं इस बहुत ही क्राउडेड मार्केट में, हाउ डज दैट हेल्प यू गेट अ स्टेप अप परहैप्स?
See, there's one little advantage which I have is that because I come from the film side, it's a small example. Between my wife and me, we have 40 million followers, right? तो अगर मैं कहीं भी कुछ launch करता हूँ, तो उससे awareness becomes easy, but awareness doesn't always convert into conversion. You have to make a world-class product. My entry point is you make a world-class product, and if you can marry real estate with glamour and vice versa, it always works.
And how much have you been able to do that in terms of real numbers?
Life's been good. Let's put it that way.
आजकल you mentioned social media, और आजकल social media की वजह से celebrities के जो lifestyles हैं वो हमारे phones के अंदर आ गए हैं. Everybody looks at them and everybody aspires towards them. क्या आपको लगता है ये shift जो है वो किस तरह से हो रही है, and how much of it is helping you and other people who are entering into this segment now?
See, social media comes, it comes with immense power, but then it can be dangerous also, right? It can be used to make narrative or break narrative. So yeah, if you use it smartly to reach out, you can do target, marketing, you can do all of that, especially because I come from the media background. I know that Instagram or social media or YouTube or whatever it is can be used, Facebook, it can be used smartly if you know the tricks of the trade.
And what are those? If you'd
I
like
can't
to
tell
share
you on
them.
the stage here.
Absolutely, but have you done any of this which has actually translated into real buyers coming and saying कि हमने आपकी वो reel देखी और उससे बहुत हमें लगा कि हाँ हमारा घर ऐसा होना चाहिए. We saw your building and we really like the way it's shaped.
I personally feel every 2 months it's getting updated. So every time you feel you've cracked it, कोई नई चीज़ आ जाती है. So you have to keep updating yourself. But yeah, आप रील पे डालते हो, कभी कभार वो इंक्वायरी आती है, चीज़ें होती हैं. But that's not the only thing. There's a lot.
All right, now you are in two worlds that are high risk, they're high investment, they're also high return. दोनों फिल्में और रियल एस्टेट दोनों जगह बहुत हाई रिटर्न्स हैं और ऑब्वियसली रिस्क भी बहुत हाई है. हाउ डू यू हैंडल दिस अनसर्टेनिटी, बिकॉज इट्स ऑन बोथ फ्रंट्स?
इट्स वेरी फनी. अगर आप एक फिल्म प्रोड्यूस करते हो तो आपको रियल एस्टेट इतना स्टेबल लगता है बिकॉज फिल्म इंडस्ट्री इज वे मोर वॉलेटाइल, right? The chances are like rule A, 1:36 times, right? 7% success rate in theatre. So वो कंपैरिजन के सामने मुझे रियल एस्टेट बहुत ही ज़्यादा स्टेबल लगता है बिकॉज एटलीस्ट देयर इज अ हार्ड टैंजिबल एसेट स्टैंडिंग देयर फॉर यू. सो फॉर मी इफ यू अगर आप फिल्म इंडस्ट्री से कंपेयर करते हो देन रियल एस्टेट इज वे मोर स्टेबल. आई एम श्योर इफ देयर वाज समवन हु हैड real estate and manufacturing or something else, they might be able to give this answer slightly better.
All right, now as someone who actually lives in the kind of homes that you want to sell to people, right, because you're a celebrity, आपने काफ़ी फिल्में की हैं और आपकी एक कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी है, आपको क्या लगता है कि वो एक क्या चीज़ है जो डेवलपर्स गेट इट रॉन्ग इन टर्म्स ऑफ एस्पिरेशनल लिविंग? बिकॉज हर एक की आज एक एस्पिरेशन है. Even the top 1% are able to perhaps live in your properties, but what is it that developers need to get right in terms of that?
I think experience, because sometimes we all can fall prey कि हमने एक gym लगा दिया, एक swimming pool डाल दिया, and that's what aspirational is. But today, the Gen Z is exposed to so much, they travel so much, traveling, people like to travel, people like to spend. So yeah, I think what one should invest into is what's the best experience you can build in your product.
And is there a specific experience that you're trying to build in your ultra luxury properties?
मैं हेल्थ और वेलनेस के लिए जाना चाहता हूँ, तो मैं हमेशा यही चाहूँगा कि मेरे प्रोडक्ट में जो भी मैं बनाऊँ उसमें जितना ज़्यादा हेल्थ और वेलनेस हो, that directly represents me.
So in a sense,
luxury of course, all of that is there, but above and beyond that मैं और क्या दे सकता हूँ?
So in a sense वो आपका एक personal interest है जो reflect कर रहा है आपकी construction में.
Always.
Okay. Now that you straddle both worlds, which are those lessons that you take from the film industry into the construction business and vice versa in terms of how you approach a space, in terms of ideation?
I think the biggest thing which I've learned from the film industry is that अगर आपको एक अच्छी फिल्म बनानी है, as an actor or as a producer, आपको prep बहुत अच्छा करना पड़ता है. Because अगर आप अच्छा prep करेंगे तो आप वो scene अच्छी से perform कर पाएंगे, या if you prep well, you can produce that film well in the right cost. That is a huge thing which I've learned, which I try to imply here, because मैं जितना prep करूँगा कंस्ट्रक्शन शुरू होने के पहले, उतना जल्दी और उतना बेटर मैं उसे एग्जीक्यूट कर पाऊंगा.
Absolutely. आप कैरेक्टर्स बनाते हैं in your films, you create lifestyles. Which is harder and why? Candid answer over there.
Of course, characters is much harder, yeah. Because what happens is, you know, on celluloid, you have आपको believe कराना ये असली में हो रहा है, right? So of course that always becomes slightly tougher.
And in real estate, obviously, you know, the product is there. But Jackie, tell us also a bit about आपके क्या future projects है in the industry. What are you working on?
Like I said, there's one in Juhu which we've just started, and there are a couple of more which we are working on. I've launched a brand also called JVB Emerge, which you will be seeing hopefully, God willing, a couple of places. So yeah, that's the plan.
All right, now this is a question where I want you to put in your imagination. If you could redesign an iconic Mumbai neighborhood using your lens as an actor or someone who's in construction right now in the real estate segment, which would that iconic Mumbai neighborhood be? Because हम आज सुबह से we've been talking about Art Deco, we've been talking about so many different things in this summit. So,
for me, the first choice, hands down, will be the Film City. I would want to make it like the Hollywood Boulevard in LA, right? Because I feel it's amazing land, amazing, real estate and infrastructure which can be built in there, which is a combination of very, very exciting film studios and some real estate. Both commercial, residential and hotels which can happen in that area.
Film City is one.
The coastal side is anyways progressing very, very well. There's nothing better which can happen.
All right, now if you were to shoot a film at a location in Mumbai, of course, one of the prettiest locations is the Sea Link when we go. What other location would it be, and how would you choose to approach it?
So the coastal side, anything on the coastal side is amazing. I also like the old side of South Bombay. I've done a couple of shoots there. Very, very nice. Yeah, I think the coastal side and the South Bombay side.
And that's also where people think of holidaying most of the time, so probably that adds to it. Jackie, it's been a pleasure having you here on the NDTV Real Estate Summit. Thank you. All right, thank you, Jackie, for that very candid and refreshing conversation that reminded us that aspiration, emotion, and design are all part of the same story. Now, from the world of cinema to the world of concrete and creativity, your insights, of course, show us how the new Mumbai dream is being reshaped for a new generation. Now, this session leaves us with one clear takeaway. The future of real estate is not just about buildings, but about experiences and identities they create. A big thank you to all of you as well in the audience for sparing the time to be with us here today. We hope the conversations have inspired you towards fresh thinking in how we design the Mumbai of tomorrow. And before we end, a big thank you to our partners without whom this event would not have been possible. Presenting sponsor DLF, co-powered by Kohler, Paytm Money, Rumta Steel. Strength partner is Adani Ambuja Cement. Our banking partner SBI and our associate partner LIC. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining us. Yeah, I'll just do that.
Niyati, you have exactly 30 seconds for this photo op. I need to record the opening links. Twenty seconds. $15. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Please leave the stage now. Okay, clear the stage, please, and silence on the floor. Can 3 BGM. Record Mara. Hold on. Music down.
How much of the opening do I have to do? Yeah. Cool. Yeah, cool. We'll do that. Okay. See you.
Shilpa, please clear. Okay, stand by everyone. Nupur, stand by in 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a warm welcome to each one of you. On behalf of NDTV, it is my privilege to welcome you to the NDTV Real Estate Summit, a platform where India's most influential developers, policymakers, architects, urban thinkers, investors and change makers come together to shape the future of how we build, live and aspire. Real estate is not just about land and buildings, it is about people, possibilities and the promise of better living. And nowhere is this more evident than in Mumbai, a city that rises vertically, dreams limitlessly and reinvents itself every single day. Over the next few hours, we will explore the contrasts that define this metropolis, from heritage structures to futuristic skyscrapers, from EWS housing challenges to luxury living's new code, from climate-resilient architecture to inclusive city making. This is not just a conference, it is a blueprint for the Mumbai of 2047 and beyond. We have a spectacular lineup today, rich, diverse and future-facing. We begin with Mumbai's own story, Mumbai Metropolis. Lessons from the past for the future, a deep dive into how heritage, architecture and urban memory can guide tomorrow's planning. We then move into one of the most important conversations for India's financial capital, blueprints for inclusion, exploring how Mumbai can deliver dignified EWS housing amidst its complex land economics and regulatory ecosystem. From inclusion, we transition to aspiration with Designing Desire, a panel that decodes the next chapter of Mumbai's high-end real estate, where luxury meets technology, sustainability, and lifestyle curation. Now, as the city stares at climate realities, our next panel, Green is the New Gold, brings together sustainability champions who will discuss net zero strategies, resilient design, green materials, and the future of responsible construction. Post-lunch, the conversation becomes even more ambitious as we reflect on the cities of tomorrow in reimagining urban spaces, building cities for the next 100 million Indians. And then, 2 exclusive fireside chats. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a day filled with knowledge, inspiration, and breakthrough insights. A day where heritage meets innovation, inclusion meets aspiration, sustainability meets profitability, and vision meets reality. This is the NDTV Real Estate Summit, where ideas shape skylines and conversations build the future. I'm your host, Nupur. To begin today's conversations, we turn to the city we call home, Mumbai, a metropolis shaped by centuries of trade, migration, architecture, culture, and relentless reinvention. This panel explores how Mumbai's past, its planning, heritage, and design DNA can guide the city's next chapter of growth. Treasures to evolving skylines, from preservation to modernization, this discussion looks at what must be carried forward and what must